Good afternoon and good morning and a good evening, wherever you are connecting from. My name is Ezra from SA, and I'm glad to be here tonight. I'm glad to be with you, family. And it's been a while since we've come online and I've had a show with you guys. But I'm glad to be here tonight, and I'm really excited to be here tonight. And I know it's evenings. I mean, it's evening for those who are in Africa. The rest of Africa, it's evening time. And to those who are in Asia, a good morning to you there in Asia, wherever you're connecting from, Australia, China, Indonesia, Malaysia, wherever you're connecting from. Um, Thank you for joining us. And for those who are in America, those in the Caribbean, welcome, welcome, welcome. I know it's a afternoon for most people who are connecting in the US, and yeah, thank you, family, for joining us tonight. Before you do anything, please like, please subscribe if you've not subscribed. Turn on the notification icon and get notified whenever we go live, and be part of this growing family. Be part of this vision. One Africa Swahili Nation channel, Swahili Nation Network. So welcome, family. Welcome, welcome. And it's been a while. It's been, I think, a week that I've not seen most of you, family. I've just been connecting like everybody else. And wow, and I can't believe it's been a week since I've been online. And really enjoy being here tonight. Really enjoy being with the family. And tonight, I'm not going to be talking much. I'm not going to be really getting into any other serious topics or anything. But I want to welcome everybody. And I'm going to open the lines and we can talk about anything, catch up. What has been your week like? What have you been connecting to? The content that has been uploaded? Which are your favorites? And we can talk about anything. I'll open the lines and we can talk about anything that you think we should be talking about, and something that has been in my mind, but I'm not going to impose it on anyone, but I'm going to welcome everybody to join and really share and really speak to us about what do they think we should be talking about. One of the conversations that we've been having with some friends is this situation with Russia and Ukraine, and if it escalates to a World War III, will Africa join any country? Will they join the NATO countries? Will they join Russia? And just a question, a thought, that conversation we had, that where does Africa go? Do the Africans join the war, or do we wash our hands and say, let the Europeans sort out their problems? We've got our own issues here. Or do we really join any? Are we going to be dragged into any wars? And will we be helping anybody? Will we be choosing sides? That remains to be seen. That's something that we were having, and a lot of people, a lot of my peers were saying, we don't want to go into any war. We're not going to choose any side. Let those people resolve their matters. But I don't know. I don't know what you think, family. But yeah, family, it's just something that just a normal casual talk with friends. And I hope we can also talk a bit about that. But besides that, we've got a lot that is happening in Africa right now. And I think some of the good things that are happening in our continent get overshadowed with so much about the war that's happening between Ukraine and Russia. And we pray that there will be peace in Russia, and peace in those two countries, where both parties can sit down and really resolve their matters and come to a conclusion and come to an understanding where they need to build, and they need to think of the people who are the normal people, the people that live in those countries that have nothing to do with politics, and make sure that those people are safe and people can go back home, those who already left Ukraine, for example. So, but yeah, that's one of our prayers for peace, because we believe in peace, and we believe that people should be sitting on the table, resolving their differences, and agree sometimes to disagree. We will not agree on everything, but let's pray for the peace of those countries and peace in our continent as well, not forgetting home, because it all starts here at home. And it'll help that we pray more for our continent, that it reaches a status where we can really have peace, we can have prosperity, people can really enjoy being home and building this continent instead of being in many other foreign lands where they are looking and seeking for opportunities. So that's something that we should also look into and really focus all our energies to make sure that opportunities are available for all Africans in the continent, that all Africans can believe in their countries, can believe in this continent, and build this beautiful continent to be where it needs to be. So welcome, family. For those who've just joined us, I will be, as you know, as a family, we always start with prayer. But that was just my opening statement before I go into this prayer. And join us in this prayer, and join us in any way. Pray for it in your language, in your own religion, or any belief system that you believe in. We are not imposing this on anyone, but those who believe in the power of prayer, who believe in God, join us. Thank you, Heavenly Father, for this day, Lord. Thank you that we can come and discuss different issues, different matters with our fellow brothers and sisters from all over the world. As we are connecting, as we will be speaking today, we ask, Heavenly Father, that you be with us, that you give us wisdom, that you give us the understanding, and you give us the creative ability to really solve issues and come up with solutions. In Jesus' mighty name, amen. Yes, family. So thank you very much. Really good to be here. And for those who I see some people that I haven't seen in a while. Wow, family. For those who just connected with us, please subscribe if you've not subscribed to this channel, because we see a lot of people that really join the channel, really watch the content, but are not subscribing to the channel. So subscribe, and get notified when we go live. So please, family, please subscribe, and make sure that you also, word of mouth is also another way that you can help the channel. Tell people, tell family, tell friends that, hey, there's this channel on YouTube, on Facebook. Even we have even on Twitter as well. We normally sometimes do the live stream on Mika private account. So join that as well. Follow him there. So, and even on Instagram, follow Mika Shavala on Instagram. So please, family, let's support African content. Let's make sure African voices are heard, and let's make sure that we all grow together. So yeah. And I'm just gonna share the links. I'm gonna share that the links with everybody. I'm gonna open the lines and we can talk about anything. It's a weekend. I'm one of those people that love taking it easy when it comes to weekend. If it means we have to joke, talk about some of the things, and family, notify us of anything that has been going on in the continent, some of the great things that have been happening on the continent. Come and let's talk about those things. So let us not just be focused on world news and other places, but let's make sure that Africa can be heard and African things that are happening can really flourish and stuff. So, and I hope you've been watching some of the videos that Mika has been doing, and I really want to appreciate him for all his hard work in Ethiopia, all the content that he's been doing, the castles, so many things that he's been showing us about in the land of Ethiopia. And those are the places that we as Africans need to go and visit as Africans. We need to visit each other's countries. We need to go learn about each other's histories. And that will really help us a lot. This is part of tourism. This is part of knowledge sharing. So as you see Mika in those places, in all these places there in Ethiopia, it's for us to also go and visit and spend our money in Africa. Make sure that African businesses are also supported and African businesses are growing. So family, let's do that. Let's visit Ethiopia. Let's visit all the beautiful places that Mika has been showing us. And let's show love to Ethiopia for welcoming us there in Ethiopia and opening their doors. And thank you for those who've always been helpful and all our stakeholders. that have been working with Mika there in Ethiopia, and all the people, just the normal day-to-day people who welcome him to their homes, to their space, sharing and teaching him certain things about their environment. Thank you very much for that. And as we'll be going to other nations, and His Excellency Mika will be going to another nation. I think the next one might be Burundi. So even in Burundi, feel free. I mean, join us, support us, go to those countries, go visit those countries. But as for now, let's learn more about the land of Ethiopia. Let's support Ethiopia. Let's make sure that we all spend our money there as well. And we do not just watch only, but let's make sure that African tourism can grow, and let us showcase the beautiful places in our continent that people need to spend and go and see those beautiful places, because no one can promote you if you do not promote yourself. So it's time that as Africans, we need to promote the beautiful places, the beautiful things that are being done in this beautiful continent. So let's also invest. Another thing is investment. When you watch such content, we need to be thinking, have foresight to say, we will invest in those places. We would love to invest in those countries. You've got dollars, you've got money. It's not all about going overseas, going to all these popular places. It took years for those countries. I mean, if you look at Dubai, if you look at Paris, all those countries everyone is flocking to see, while we have so many beautiful cities and beautiful places where people can go and spend their money in this continent. So we need to promote more of our continent. We need to promote more of our our tourism as well. So feel free, go and visit those places. I'm just saying this. I'm also preaching to myself. I'm not preaching to everyone, but I'm also preaching to myself. I also need to go to those places. I would love to spend my money in those places, and God willing, soon I'll be able to do that. So welcome, family. Welcome, 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 welcome. Wow. I see a lot of people are already joining. Thank you, Dr. Sadeke, Aklil. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Akbalar, thank you, thank you. I see. Wow, wow, wow. Wow, it's been a while, man, and I've missed you, family. Another thing is I've missed you, and some people have been asking, where have I been? I've been busy, family. It's not that I've just abandoned you, and I've really been busy. I've got a lot also on my plate. I've been trying to make a lot of bread as well, because I need to travel. I need to make bread so that I can travel, so I can also be part of the family, so I can learn more about my continent. So I also we all need to make bread, and as men, we need to be providers. We need to work hard. We need to provide for our families. We need to make sure that everything that we need for our families is provided for, and make sure that this continent grows, because without us who are in the continent at the moment doing something, no one will believe in this continent. Everybody will still believe that there's something greener out there. So yeah. So I've been making bread. I've not just been sleeping or doing other things, but I've really been busy. And I was speaking to His Excellency the other day. I think it was a Friday. I think on a Friday night I was still working, and yeah. So family, sometimes duty calls, other things come into but I still love you, and I'll be here, and I'll still be here, and we'll still be producing more content, and we'll still be doing more live shows. And do not despair. And if there's something that you feel that we need to be that you need to share, also send us an email on oneafricaofficial@gmail.com, so that at least we know that there's so and so wants to come and talk about their country, or talk about their invention, their business, teach us something of whatever they are doing. Feel free to contact us, so that we can know about this, and we can really give you the platform on One Africa movement, so that you can really express yourself. We want more content from Africans all over the world. We want more content from anybody. So bring good content, communicate with us. So do not hide that idea. This is the year that we need to be brutally honest with ourselves. If there's something that you think we should be covering in this continent, do so, do so, do so, do so. Do not hide that invention. Do not hide that idea. that idea needs to come out. And if there's something you need to teach us, something that you feel that is of concern, that you think as Africans we need to learn from, come, and the platform will open the platform for you, and we can speak about anything. So do not hide the ideas, because sometimes you find that you're sitting out there and you're not sharing this idea, and the world is waiting for it. The Africans are waiting for it. So yeah, and I'm just gonna share the stream, the link for the stream, and we can just quickly if somebody wants to join in, and if somebody wants to come and talk about anything, I'm just gonna open the lines. I'm gonna open the lines. Family, come, join us, join us, join us, join us, join us. And yeah, and for those who are new on this channel, welcome, welcome, welcome. And if you've not subscribed, please subscribe. So yeah, it's been busy, and I would love to hear some of the people. What have you been up to? You know, also when we're giving you a break, when we are not live like this, you should be productive with your life. You should be productive as well. We need to be productive. We need to be productive men, productive women, and we need to make sure that we are providers. We need to make sure that we are growing as people, and we need to fulfill our dreams. We are not just here for nothing. We have to live for a purpose. So every moment you get, be productive with your life. Be productive with anything that you need to do. If you've got an idea, you've got a plan, you've got a business that you want to start doing that business. Do not relax. Do not think, no, I'll wait for those guys whenever they come live. Yes, join us. We would love you to be here, but be productive as a person. So do not live an idle life, or just absorbed by online content. We all love you to be here, but make sure that you've got things, you've got all your things together. Get your life together, get inspiration, and go do something. Get inspiration. That's why we need people that can bring inspiration to different people, and so that people can join and even start fulfilling their dreams. So some people are hopeless, and they just need something that will spark that idea again, or give them hope for them to restart, reset, and make sure that they fulfill their dream. So if you're productive, if you're at school, push your schoolwork. If you're at work, push your work. If you're starting a business, do that business. Whatever you want to do, let's all be productive with our lives. Let us not relax. This is a time to really work hard and make sure that the future generation do not blame us for not doing something. And since we've seen that we are not happy with the current situation, which means it's up to us. We are the future. We are not, the youth is not the future. The youth is for now. Us as the youth, we need to do it now. It won't be for tomorrow, and no one is going to do it for us if we do not do it here. So that's just my word of encouragement to myself and everybody out there. Let us do it. And it's not just about youth. Even if you're 6 years or 50 years old, it does not stop you from achieving or starting a business, going to school, doing something. I mean, starting a NGO, whatever you want to do, starting a channel, starting whatever. It's that time that we need to do it. Age should not limit us in any form. So I'm not just talking to young people, but I'm also talking to any person who believes, or who has an idea, who has a vision, who has something that they want to do in their life. So that does not stop you. You do not have an excuse not to do that thing because of age. Age is not the issue. All you need is to start. Let's all start something. Let us all do something with our lives. So yeah. And I see some people are like, Yenatan, hey man, I miss you, Yenatan. Also nice seeing you. Marie Antoinette, I see Akil says he will stand with Russians. I think when I had asked earlier that if World War III had to start today, do you think as Africans will have to choose sides? Just a question, just a thought, something that we were discussing with some friends. And which countries do we support? Do we go with the NATO countries? Do we go with the Russians? Who do we go with? So, and or do we just wash our hands and say it's not our war, we're not going there? But Marie Antoinette, I've missed you. I've also missed you, family. I've really missed you a lot. Wow. And that's a Sadek. Thank you. First of all, family fest all the time. Yeah, very wise word from the Sadek there. Family first all the time. One who doesn't take care of their family will have difficulty in taking big responsibility. Wise word indeed, Dr. Sadeke. True indeed. That family first, family first. You must take care of yourself, take care of your family first. And yeah, Tezzy, man. Hey, man. Wow. There's a lot of people that I've missed. Menatezi, one of my co-hosts. I'll be back soon. We'll be back with those late night. I'm gonna do another crazy night. Maybe that will do it just before we do the 24 hours. And it'll really be nice to see everyone. And I can't wait. For those other streams that's coming. So yeah, and just something that I've just seen now. Okay, Tanzan. Wow, man, I really missed you, Tanzan. Really missed you, sister. And I know I still owe you something important, but we'll sort that out. And Chuba, I'm Ethiopian. I'm ashamed of you forever. What's that now? Okay. And we love you very much, Chup. Let me see. Bala. Mr. Tezzy.
Hello.
My brother.
Man. It's been a minute, Pastor, man. What's up? Man? You've missed many Sundays. What's wrong?
Hey, man. Man, I've really, here, man. We need to have a private call. I'll give you the lay down. But for the family as well, I've had a lot of things happening for me on my side. I've got a lot that really is happening in my life. I've got so much. Even church as well. It's part of what I've been busy with church. So many things, work, business, hey man, family. So I've got a lot on my plate, Tezzy, and I've got other projects that they're almost done, but soon by God's grace it will be soon open, and I'll have more slot and we'll have more airtime on the live streams again. And what have you been up to, Tezzy?
Man, I've also been keeping myself busy, man. I remember when I told you I was trying to pivot into like tech or something like that. Yeah, so I actually made the leap, bro. By hopefully the end of this year, I mean, I'll also be working from home. Yeah. So that I can travel too, so that we can travel with with one Africa. We all want to travel with one Africa.
Exactly, man. we need to make that bread. I mean, family, we all need to make that bread. Traveling needs bread. We cannot go anywhere without bread, unless if we've got one of our sponsors. If we can get us some sponsors and stuff, maybe we can even travel better if we get more sponsors, that we can travel as a team. And we can even do the Kilimanjaro thing. Remember, His Excellency mentioned the Kilimanjaro idea. So, like climbing the Kilimanjaro as a team and as a family. So it'll be nice to see most of us in one place climbing the Kilimanjaro. I mean, the highest peak in Africa, and I mean that will be really a big achievement. And we can even get sponsors for this. I mean, do it for charity. You can do a charity run or something like that. But we need to really find out, because if we're doing it in Tanzania, we're gonna need to maybe at least get people in Tanzania that can really be game for it, or even do it for some of the home based care or orphanage places and stuff for that, you know. But Tenzi, I see somebody's already. Maria Antoinette is asking Tezi, how's life in Mombasa? You are the
Mombasa,
king of Mombasa, man.
Mombasa is nice. It's calm. It's just, it's a little bit. I don't know if it's some sort of winter or something, but it's a little bit cooler. It's not winter, nowhere near winter, but
Mm.
us Africans, we like when we get cold, we also want to be part of the seasons. We also, so we'll say it is winter.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's okay. It's been chill. So it's nothing. Not it's a calm city. So nothing much has been happening over here really. But I've been hearing a lot of news from our brothers here in South Africa. I was really curious to ask you,
Mm.
my brother here, Pastor Ezra, His Excellency. Yeah.
Mm. Which
But
news
maybe
about
that,
South Africa?
yeah.
Which news about South Africa?
I don't know. I was just hearing some really disturbing. Had really hurt my. There was this I don't know Operation Dulu or something like that. Have you heard of that?
Yeah. I think I've heard about it. I think it's a, I'm not sure it's Dubula or something. But I think it's an operation. And I think we need to get one of those guys. I've seen that operation thing where there's this specific group about people who go around interrogating like foreign businesses, especially more African businesses. I've seen that. I've seen those people, of which is just a small segment of society. It's because some of the things when they get airplay on news media, we tend to think it's a reality of all the people in the country. But I've seen that what you're talking about, that group, and one of the guys really who's leading that, I've seen him somewhere, and I think one of these days we need to really. I don't know how I can get hold of him or get hold of his people or whatever, those who are leading that issue about really interrogating a lot of foreign African foreign businesses, but they say they're also for interrogating any kind of businesses in terms of being legal and all that stuff. They're raising a lot of things, but the way they go about it is not the right way. I don't agree with it. I think there's better ways that some of these issues can be raised, and I think it's also some of the points, they are really of great concern that they need to be raised, and we should not fear raising questions as a country if there's certain things that certain citizens or certain sects of the country have concerns or problems with. And I think we should openly, as South Africa is an open society, we are not a conservative society. We speak about anything. So hence you're bound to see anything on the media, whether it's negative or positive. South Africa really, I love our media because it's open for that. We're not in a country where they try to make this country look like it's a perfect country. Our country is it's an open society. Media flourishes, and media really shows everything that's happening in the country. So you won't be having an operation where people are suppressed, the media is suppressed or anything. And if there's people who have a certain concern, we need to hear them out instead of us just seeing an issue that escalates while we knew about it. So I think it's an important issue, but I think the way they go about it, I don't agree with it. So yeah.
Yeah, man. I think that's what I
Mm.
was actually thinking, that maybe we need to, yeah, in Swahili Nation, probably need to really
Mm.
have this conversation about South Africa and immigration. Just clear the air once and for all. People just know how things are, because you can't wait to be scared. There's a lot of scaremongering. You know. Also, me, I can't
Mm.
lie. I was scared, man, when I saw that video. Actually saw a video, man. of these guys. Then they go to this. There was this businessman. He's just doing. Then he's surrounded by these guys. I felt
Mm,
scared for that businessman because I can imagine just being a foreigner already. Then you're
mm,
surrounded
mm,
by. You don't know what's going to. You just there's a lot of fear over there, and
mm,
maybe that video is trying to show that type of thing on purpose, maybe trying to scare people, but there was maybe we should really have this conversation because I see a lot of not even just even in all over the internet you can see South Africans and
mm.
other Africans maybe fighting, attacking each other, saying this, calling each other all sorts of names, accusations, all sorts of accusations going this side. So we need to clear the air on this thing about immigration
Mm.
in South Africa because because I feel like nobody's doing it.
Mm. Yeah, I think that's another topic that we should have. I'm open, Ndatezi. And as I always say, I'm one person that is willing to talk about anything, whether it's my country, whether it's negative or positive. We can talk about it, and I'm not gonna try to smooth talk and say, nah, there's nothing. And I've also seen some of the negative things that I know it's fake news. I'm like, is this the country that I'm living in? Who are these people who are posting some of the stuff on the internet? I'm like, oh god. But I was like, anyway, what a waste of time. There's a lot of also even old content sometimes when it's posted about South Africa, especially when they talk about xenophobia. Some of the videos you can see they use just like what you're seeing there in some of those countries, like with Ukraine and Russia. You can see also even the media, they are not really objective in a way. If you really pay attention to it, you can see which agenda everyone is trying to push. And but you just look, but if you just take it emotionally, you just really just believe anything you hear, that no, this country is not advancing. Hey, there's this soldiers who are, I mean, come on, let's just be honest. If you are attacked, you're attacked. And but anyway, some of the things, yeah, we need to talk about it. Immigration, it's an issue. It's quite a topic that has affected the country. And people sometimes think South Africa has just started now to have a lot of people from other countries. South Africa has been a country, especially with the mining boom. It was always, there's always been people from other countries who came to work in the mines in the, I mean, late early 1900s, late 1800s and stuff. Even from rural, even people who came from other neighboring countries. So it's something, it's just now maybe some people, it's the most that we've had where there's a lot of people maybe, and there's been a lot of people who've been asking questions and how other businesses have been run. And some businesses that we've seen some politicians go to them, and you find they're selling expired food and stuff, things like that. So have been some of the concerns that we need to really talk about openly. No trying to hide things. We need to just be honest with everything that we do. As this year's Swahili Nation has been declared that we need to be brutally honest, and that's something that we need to really look into. And I can't wait that we have a conversation about immigration, and also, I mean, the processing of documentation, especially with regards to people who are applying for visas, people who come to work, and people who are here. Some of them, it's a known fact in SA that there are people who are not, who do not have documents. And it's something that needs to be, government needs to really speed up those processes to make sure that people get documented. Because if people are here, I mean, the great number of people that we know that are here in numbers, mostly it's from our neighboring country. One of them, the neighboring country, which is Zimbabwe, because of the economic crisis. We know that that's the issue. And if you look at the Western countries, if they can remove some of the sanction on Zimbabwe, this is something we also need to talk about. The sanction on Zimbabwe, economic sanctions that are affecting that country. That country has so much resources, so much infrastructure that's lying, waiting just to get the funding. If Zimbabwe tomorrow they can just remove some of the sanctions, investment can start flowing, companies can start operating that country without restriction. I'm telling you, Zimbabwe will be one of the breadbasket of Africa again. And it's just a country with so much infrastructure. For those who don't know, think Zimbabwe maybe it's just a rural country. It's a beautiful country. It's a country with so much infrastructure, by the way. It's just the economic sanction really has affected the country from a lot of people, have had to leave the country and come to the neighboring countries and even overseas. It's not just South Africa, it's just South Africa, maybe it's the closest country where you have a lot of people who might have migrated here. Some of them legally, some of them obviously, man, when you're poor, how do you even get documentation? Imagine you live in a village, economically your country is sanctioned. If there's a way to leave the country, you will make any means to leave the country. For me, as a government that is running, you need to make sure that how do you make sure that those people come in your country or legalize them, make sure that they have paperwork at least to be in your country. Try to make it easy for them. Do not just kick them around and give them a run around. So those are the things that are happening. So, and I believe that we need to speak more about it, and we need to also look into other countries that have really made the situation in Zimbabwe worse. But it's not all worse. There are other good things that are happening in Zimbabwe, and a lot of good stories that are happening there. Business, some of the business are back. Some of the people are multimillionaires in Zimbabwe. By the way, I know somebody who's really a serious businessman. By the way, and he frequent between the two countries, Zim and South Africa. So, but there's a lot of economic and sanctions on Zim that is also still affecting that country from moving and really start firing its engines and stuff. Because if Zimbabwe becomes things can start moving into the right direction again, I'm telling you, it'll be one of the countries that we're talking about that is a shining light of Africa as it was before. It's just a matter of them fixing few things and the Western world to also allow some of the business to run and some of the things to work in that country. Then you will see Zim will be back on top and it will be one of the shining light of this continent. So, but yeah, it's something that we can talk about and we will talk about it. It's not something we will talk about it when that is immigration in South Africa and immigration in other countries because sometimes maybe certain countries like South Africa get really hit hard. People criticize them more because they are regarded as big countries, they're regarded as countries that needs to be great examples, you know. So, but yeah, we can all do better as a continent, you know. And I remember, I think I saw one of the YouTubers in Kenya also. At some point, she was going on about the visa because I think for you to come to South Africa, you need a visa application. From my understanding, Mondatezi.
Yeah, you need a visa. Yeah, she was. I think you're talking about Dee Mwango, or I think she's the one.
Yeah.
She
That's
was the one
yeah.
who was denied entry to South Africa or something like that.
And I
Yeah,
think it was quite unfortunate because she went around some of the countries in the southern Africa, and I think for her maybe she was just trying to make sure that maybe the Home Affairs will listen and stuff. But you could have done better by applying before. I think that's just my opinion because now
yeah, yeah,
actually
yeah.
to
I
raise it
understand.
in that way, it was not really a way that will really get a lot of momentum. There was a lot of ways that you could have really sat down and try to understand or try to make sure that a lot of people support her movement because just you coming live and just saying, oh, I'm being denied to go to this country, but before going to any country as you plan, you need to know what's required. She could have just done the real thing and still raise it up afterwards, you know? But that's
Yeah,
just my thinking about it.
yeah, I understand, and I understand your process of thought. But actually, when if you follow her journey before she reached that level of South Africa, she was just hoping it, just hoping into African countries here, and then she maybe then she was denied entry to. I know the process is she has to go back to her home country and apply the visa over there. But I think what she I'm not she probably, yeah, she if she really wanted to enter South Africa, she probably would have to done that. But I think that was in her own way of maybe protesting or demonstrating an absurdity.
Mm,
I think that was just what she was trying to do. That she was trying to demonstrate how absurd it is. How that she has to go to her home country to apply for a visa to go to then come back to South Africa. You get that was
mm,
I don't think if she genuinely wanted to go to South Africa, I think she'll end up in South Africa one day. She's not going. She's a traveler. She's probably going to, but that was just one of the things that she was talking about. And I think that's one of the things we also need to talk about in immigration, that how hard is it just to travel through Africa? Because leave alone Kenya, it's easy to go to South Africa. She just needed to have to apply that visa and should have entered easily. The problem is now Nigeria, you know. You know, these guys, they really suffer because of that visa, their passport, man. You can, if you just leave alone even South Africa, just moving to East Africa. You know, there was this YouTuber called Taio. If you don't know, if you have heard of him, Taio Aina.
Yeah. I know him. I know him. Yeah.
Yeah, you know, he removed a video how he was when he went to Ethiopia. How he, you don't know if you watched the video how he was treated. You know, you watched
I'm
it.
not sure, but I know him. I know him, but I'm not sure about the video. Yeah.
Yeah, he was told to. I don't know if I have to. Let me just say it because you know guys just need to be aware of this. But
Mm.
he was told to squat. He was told to take off his clothes and squat
Where was he told to squat?
in Ethiopia, man. In Ethiopia, no, in the airport when he was taken because of his passport, man, because of his Nigerian passport. Yeah,
Mm.
it was crazy. I mean, that's what you know. So this is the thing you have to. It just tells you how you know how hard it is sometimes. You know, some of our YouTubers, yeah, you know, they really the
Mm.
things they do to just bring us content. You know, sometimes we just have to. They don't say these things, but I'm sure people pass through some a little bit of a lot, probably even a lot of humiliation. You know.
Mm.
Yeah. The other day, even in Kenya, a Nigerian was asked to remove money to enter the country. You know, to pay to enter the country. And you know, and I'm sure it's just because of his passport. I don't ask that to anybody else. Just that, but because of that Nigerian passport. So you know, these are the things probably immigration. Yeah, you're right, man. Immigration in Africa needs to be really addressed as because if we're going to really have one Africa and we can't even move around without even the fear of being humiliated, you know, you're like,
Mm.
oh my god, if I what if I go there and they humiliate me because they can, you know, because that guy, you
Mm.
know, that I didn't know. I didn't know the one for Tayo, man. That was this. I think the video is still up. It's crazy. So that was
Mm.
what I was just trying to say, and also on the issue of what is it sanctions. Even our country, Burundi also received a sanction, but I think it has been lifted the other day. You know, he told me that His Excellency is going to Burundi, right, because of the issue
Mm.
of poverty over there. You know, it's
Mm.
yeah, that country is a heavily sanctioned country too. You know,
Mm.
so yeah, so you find out there's a that these are things that you just have to see that you've actually pointed out a pattern that these African countries, some of them are just heavily sanctioned, and that is why they are having. Because you can find even Burundi is a very, you know, there is no need for if you look at it, it's a very wealthy country. It's not in a dry area. It's very productive. It can be very agriculture. It's just the soil is fertile. It's very agricultural, productive. You know, but you find that there's just a lot of poverty and you wonder why, you know. It's like, well, you know, you just, you know, if you don't know a lot, you know, you can be ignorant and tell them, see, you guys just plant and you know, but you don't know they are sanctioned, you don't know. Yeah,
True.
you don't know. You don't know. You know. That's how we sometimes we have to really investigate why things are. You know, instead of just telling or calling them lazy. You know, you have all this beautiful land you can't plant. You know, and you don't know maybe they are sanctioned. The same way you get talking about Zimbabwe. You know, you can call
Mm.
them names because you don't know the situation. You know, you think they are lazy or something, or they can't. You know, but they can't make money at their own home. You know, things like that. You don't know. So when you really investigate this issue, we find that in fact they are very hardworking. That even in these conditions, they are really trying to make things work, even in these harsh conditions that a lot
Mm.
of these Western countries can't survive. If I can tell you the truth, you know, if you know the way we are sanctioned here, I don't even think anybody. So yeah, man, I think that's actually a very interesting thing to look about, to talk about. But yeah,
Mm. That's true. I mean, what I know is some people, especially a lot of YouTubers who are from West Africa, they kind of complain when they go to other regions of the continent or even outside the continent, where they get a lot of harass or they get really thoroughly checked more than other people. And I think we also need to be honest with how do we really as people, how do we also remove stigma and prejudices that we have about each other. I mean, certain countries have received the stigmas of other people who have been doing negative things, so it's hard for many countries to just allow them. It's easy to say now, no, we're all Africans, but at the same time, how do we remove the stigmas about each other? How do we make sure that we support one another and we treat people as they are, not as you are coming from this place, oh, you are known to do this, this is how I'm going to treat you, you know? So, and also as countries, if we know that we have people from our countries who are doing certain things uh, that are really wrong, that put more negative image to our countries, we need to call it out as people as well. We should not really just only come out when we are getting only bad treatment. We need to call them out when we see things as they happen as well, to say 1, 2, 3 needs to stop. As people from my country, such things as we said about the Operation Dubula thing, those people, I also do not support such motives where you just go and interrogate everyone, go as if you are like a home affairs official or you're a police. I don't agree to that, you know. And we need to call them out. We need to really say, no, this is not the way that we're going to run a country, you know? Because such things, some of the things, they start small. Eventually, you know, it's going to become tribal. They're going to say, oh, no, since here there's more Luo people, we don't want other people from other tribes to come to this town. That's where it's going to go. When you start, it starts with people from other places. Next thing, it's now your countrymen. Ah, no, here this town is for so and such tribes. You don't want other people from other tribes. You can't get a job here. That's where it goes. You know, that's how sometimes some things, when we don't talk about them, when they start, they only grow to become negative, to even affect the whole country going forward. So, and as I say, for me, looking at some of these things, it's mostly people who are coming from West Africa who really get really bad services when they go to many countries in our continent and even overseas, because of some of the negative stereotypes of certain people that have done certain things over and over repetitively. And people, when they see these people, they now paint them all in with one brush. You say fraudsters, drug dealer. Those are the things that really affect those people. And how do we really remove those stereotypes? How do we make sure that people get treated well? How do we do that? This is some of the things that we really need to be honest and just say we need to talk about this issue, because it's not just here in Africa only. It's overseas. People, the same people are getting this bad image, or they have this treatment that they're getting from wherever they go. When they go to the airport, they're the ones who are told to strip naked, do this or squat, as you say. All these things, man. We need to talk about it, and also some of the immigration, as we said about why do we need visas in our countries? Why? When is it going to be a time where we can really just I mean, travel amongst our countries without having visas? As long as you've got a paperwork, you've got your passport, we don't need to be having that. But why the delays? Why some countries is still hard to do to visit them, and what are the reasons? I think it would be really nice to speak to more officials, home affairs officials or the foreign affairs officials in many of our countries, to say why these countries are being treated this way. Why do you have to go through the visa process? When will this thing be removed and stuff, you know? So, but
Yeah,
yeah, man, it's quite a long topic, a lot of topics to cover there. I don't think it's one,
yeah,
but
yeah, yeah.
a couple of
I
them.
know it's a lot of topics, but I think the if
Mm,
you talk about the reason, I think the reason is just obvious, and the elephant, it's just an elephant in the room, but the reason is
mm,
inequality. It's just a
mm,
fact that some countries are not. There is inequality in Africa, basically, when it comes to standards of living, and that's why you find countries like South Africa have to be very stringent with with immigration policies and stuff like that, because they feel, which is not cannot be, cannot argue with it, because there is inequality. Even you can tell, you just said Zimbabwe. You find a lot of immigrants from Zimbabwe who are looking for a better life, leave alone even Zimbabwe. You have, I'm sure you've seen Ethiopians getting caught in illegal, all the way from, they've traveled all the way. Even in Kenya, we catch a lot of Ethiopians all the way from going down to South Africa, you know. So you find that there is
mm,
a lot of, as long as there is inequality in the continent, as long as there are people in, you know, there will always be immigration, you know.
mm.
But what
Oh,
the problem is now, you know, how do you deal with there is this paper I read when I was doing some back when I was doing a dissertation back in the day. I was It was about, it was an Asian paper. I think it was written by Japanese, and he says that migration of labor, movement of labor is actually very important. That people should be allowed to move where there are better opportunities. So I don't know, you know. So I don't know, you know. This is, like I said, you know. Yeah, let's, you know. We say we'll talk about this later. Then we keep moving in new points about it. You know. Yeah. But when it was just there, it was like an itch. It's, yeah, you know, it's just they have to say it. You know. But
mm.
so the question is, you know, it's really a dilemma. It's between two sides. That here there is, you don't want my immigration. You know, you don't want, I don't know, immigration policies. Although I don't understand. Also, we need to look at the economics. That what are the disadvantages of immigration? That what is the big deal if a lot of Africans are moving to South Africa? You know, you have, what does it mean economically? You know, people say that they take away jobs from normal South Africans, but I don't know. I don't really think that's. I don't. Do you think that? Okay. Should I ask? Should we continue, or should we just cut the conversation
No,
right
let's
there and
continue.
move
Let's
on?
continue. Melitezi, you know, I'm a person who's open. Let's continue. Nothing should We should be honest and we should talk. And these are the talks that will really help us as Africans to open up about our countries, to open up about things that other people have about each other. Then we can learn more to say, oh, okay, these people are coming from this thought pattern. This is what's affecting them. This is why they're saying this, and we can all learn and we can be on the same page. But continue, Mendes.
Okay. My question was, maybe this is me. I'm just asking your opinion.
Mm.
That, do you really think what is it? This claim is true, that, you know, that when there is too much immigration to your country or any country, just too much what are the economic consequences to such a thing, you know? Does that mean that they take away jobs from normal citizens? I find that, I don't know, I find that this is not true, but what do you think?
What I've seen, something that from just a observation is in many countries. I'm not just going to talk about my country only, but I will come back to my country. In many instances, when many countries or even employers, they if they've got what's this, a number of people, just like in America. Look at in America, the Mexicans or people from Latin America who come to work in the farms, who work in restaurants, some of the places where some of the minor jobs, it's mostly done by even in Europe, most of the plumbing in London and some of the places are done by East Europeans, guys from Belarus, all this Ukraine, all these other East European countries. They're the ones who do some of those jobs, or if not Africans who do those jobs. So in my instances, most of your easy to do jobs, a lot of what I've seen is mostly it's people who come from other nations are willing to do any job so that they can have something on their stomach. But as a local, I'm sure if we had to come to Kenya, for example, there's other jobs where uh, uh, if we had a huge number of people who are coming from other neighboring countries coming to those countries, maybe just gardening job, for example, if as an employer, as a Kenyan, you see that there's somebody from Burundi, he's willing to get 2,000 shilling, but maybe a local in a local Kenyan will say, no, I can't work for 2,000 shilling. The labor says you must pay me at least 4,000 shilling for an hour if you've got a minimum wage in your country. And then people take the shortcut and just say, okay, there's a person who can do this job quickly. It doesn't have to be formal, doesn't have to be registered. I can easily just employ him, do the job quickly at the lower rate. People do that. I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like a lot of people who come from other countries, when they move in many countries, most of them, even if has an education from his home country, when they come to a country, if they have nothing, they'll do anything, any job that they get, they will do it as long as they can survive, even if it's just $1 a day or 1,000 shilling. For maybe a normal Kenyan, it might not make sense to work for 1,000 shilling. You'll be thinking, I've got 3 kids, I've got a wife. 1,000 shilling cannot support me for an hour. I need to be working for 4,000, whatever rate that the government puts out as a minimum wage in the country. And employers will take the shoot, or anybody, if you just know that you're employing people on a short-term basis, you'll employ the easiest person to find. You find that mostly it's people who are coming from other countries and they're willing to work for anything as long as they've got to put food on their table. So that's just my observation when I look at some of the people when they say, oh, they're taking you, is because if you look at most of the jobs that are mostly occupied by people who come from other nations, it's jobs that are simple to do. Mostly, even not really. Some of them are not a bit technical, but hand work, like be it gardening, be it waitering, be it what do you call this? Like easy jobs, man. Not really jobs that are really sophisticated and stuff. Than like maybe professional jobs, if I may say that, you know. So these things it happens everywhere. I mean, it happens everywhere where you've got a lot of migrants, people who come in your nation. If they're not doing business, in most cases, they're willing to do anything that is offered on the table. That's
Yeah.
just my observation when I look at, even in my country. That's if you look at restaurants, if you look at um, painting. Not that there are no locals who can do those jobs. It's just maybe a local might need more. They might negotiate more, and somebody might say, "I'll leave that guy who wants more money. I'll get this guy from another country who says they'll do it cheaply because that person is desperate to make a living." You know. So some of the things is not taking the job personally. I think it's mostly a case of some of the minor jobs. I think in Botswana, there's that there's a law in Botswana. I saw. I stand to be corrected, but there's certain minor jobs that they don't allow anybody to do them. The local people need to do those jobs. They've got laws where they're saying specific job. I just need to find out the document. I once read it online, the real document where they say there's jobs that even if these are reserved for locals, nobody can do this job because if it's nothing technical, it's nothing that they cannot do in a country. No one can do it. We'll need to allow our people to do those jobs. You understand? So in other countries, the labor practices are very flexible. Like in my country, I think our labor law it's a bit flexible, only more rigid when you go to the formal market where you employed legally and everything. Where now cannot just fire someone without the proper process of firing a person. Unlike where you can easily just absorb somebody, do a job. Tomorrow, if you don't want them, you can say, "Don't come back." You know. So in most cases, the like construction, I think Jonathan is talking about construction, agriculture, restaurant industries. The users are also done by people, cheap labor. Even in South Africa, some of those jobs are mostly done by people who are coming from other countries.
Okay. Yeah.
So yeah.
Yeah, I understand what you're trying to say, and you've made some really strong points over there. But I
Mm,
also let me play the devil's advocate, and let me make another. Let's talk about the economy. Let's talk about the economy, my brother, because at the
mm,
end of the day, we are all in the economy. So when that business owner who chooses cheaper labor, you know,
mm,
he's choosing cheaper labor to so that cheap input and to cheapen the input and have at least much more increase his profit margin or something like that. That money goes to the economy, right? And so how does under this? So when you have such protectionist laws, which come from as you have just said, would come from a good place. They come from protecting the locals, right? But if you look at now the wider picture of Africa, and you look at the what is it, the GDP, the fastest growing countries in Africa, you will find that there is a very interesting correlation with protectionist laws and GDP growth. You find that the more protectionist countries, the lower the GDP growth. Do you know that? Did you see that? Do you notice that?
mm.
Yeah. So it's a just Tanzania.
I'm also reading it. Tanzania, we forgetting that you hear sometimes, you know. But anyway, continue with that.
But do you see that the highest growth, the GDP growing countries usually look at, they don't have a lot of protectionist laws. What does that mean? What does that mean? That means that they are making products cheaper, and they are much more competitive, you know, because of they're getting cheap labor, they're getting cheap inputs, and they're making so that they can really, when the end product comes out, they can really reduce that price, you know. So they are very competitive, you know, and they're also making some small profit. But now if you force the business entrepreneur, you know, if you force the entrepreneur into putting hash, you know, into having, yeah, I agree with minimum wage, right? But if you force the entrepreneur in who is competing in the African market, but if you don't, if you know, because you know these South African companies are not just in South Africa, you know, they are also in the African market. They are in plenty of countries in Africa. They are competing, you know. So what you're doing is you're giving them a disadvantage, you know, because these other countries, you know, look at, you know, they practically, you know, look at China, man. But I don't like comparing it to China because I read something very interesting. But
Mhm.
if you look at, you know, when where countries where they practically don't care about their labor, which is also a very strong extreme that maybe we should not emulate. But my point is that if there is cheaper labor for manual tasks, and you are in a country where you have the advantage just because you are a citizen, you know, and you have papers, and that person who doesn't have papers and is desperate, you know, how can you who have papers, shouldn't you be striving for even being an entrepreneur so that you can hire this cheap, because you see, oh, there's an influx of cheap labor, so maybe I can be an entrepreneur and hire this cheap labor, because that is the advantage you have over them, you know. You still have that advantage that you are the citizen, you have papers, you can actually start a business without without any issues, you know. They can't, you find. So I even found it funny that that operation, is it Dula? You said Dua, when they
I
go
think
to
Rwanda or
businesses,
something. I also need to
those
just verify that. Yeah.
yeah, those guys who start businesses, they have papers. They don't. You cannot. I don't think you can start a business in South Africa without the correct papers, right?
Um. You know what? There's okay. If I had to explain the market, I think it's across Africa. In South Africa, same thing. You can't start a business without papers. That's
Yeah,
the
yeah,
only
yeah.
reality. Like there's
Yeah.
a
So
there's the form what we call formal sector and what we call informal sector in our economy. Just like anywhere in Africa, where you've got the people who are selling in the markets. If you had to ask them, do you have a registered business? Do you have a business account? You know, they don't have any of the stuff. It's just transaction. It's what we call informal sector. But anyway, yeah, continue.
okay, my point is that these people, you know, when these companies hire cheap labor, you know why, and you're blaming the guy who is, you know, you cannot, the problem is not the cheap labor, you know. The problem is why do they need to hire cheap labor, you know? That's the problem, you know. They are doing what's best for their business, you know. So I feel like when you start if I were me personally, even in Kenya, we have a lot of immigrants in Kenya. It's very diverse, but people, I don't know, we have not yet reached that level where we can say, hey, we don't like these guys around. But but what has been argued, and I've seen it in Kenya too, that even when somebody even thinks about such things, usually they're saying, hey man, these people are contributing to the economy. Even those guys, you know, those guys who they are protectionists, I mean, those guys who are trying to be protectionist against, they are actually contributing to the South African economy, you know. They are, so I feel like the moment you say, hey, let's leave these guys out, you're actually putting up your cost of production. And if you will find that this thing, okay, yeah, but I think I've already just made the point that you're just going to limit yourself because of tribal, which is a tribal, because of tribal mentality, that this is ours and it's nobody else, and instead of seeing yourself as the big picture and just seeing yourself as African, because if you see yourself as Africans, then you see that you're competing against your fellow African men. But if you see yourself as, South Africa, you will find yourself limiting yourself, because these other people, other countries, they're coming up fast, man. Look at Rwanda. Rwanda, you can begin a business. Rwanda, right now where you are, you can just go online and start a business in Rwanda, and it won't cost you that much. So that was what I'm trying to say. That there are countries out here that are really, really not really against, they are, so are really not compared protectionist, so and it's like they have known, and I think even the South African government knows, I feel like they know, the economists over there, or the top economists in South Africa, they seem to have the idea, but it's like those groups that you're telling me, those minority groups you're telling. I think they are the ones who need to be educated that, hey, because you're telling, because the word is that South Africa, the government of South Africa is kind of lax. Actually, that is the accusation, right? That the government is kind of lax when it comes to immigration.
Mm-mm. Yeah, there is that as well. That talk about government having relax, like even the borders, like being in shambles, not really being strong and stuff.
Do you
So
think that is
mm.
that is just an accidental, or is it the government doing that intentionally?
Hey man, you can't really say. I can't really talk from a government perspective. Maybe that's part of their intelligence. Maybe it's just a hidden secret article or whatever that's put in there just to allow it and all that. But I can't answer that one for you to say the government is doing it intentionally, allowing people to just walk in and stuff. Yes, the government can do better. Obviously, that we can say that the government can really do better in terms of tightening the borders, whatever, to make sure. And I think that the bigger picture for South Africa is not just, it's beyond jobs as well, with crime as well. Also, there is that issue as well, whereby when the police arrest somebody who's not documented at all, so you're starting a whole process. Somebody who comes from a country, you don't know who are they. You have to now arrest them, try to find their papers. You find those people are not in your system, obviously, because they are not born in your country. They come from another country. If they do any crime, and there has been some issues that some people that have been arrested with regards to crime who are not documented, and that's why I'm saying it's I can't say that the government is just doing it openly, just allow it because the business is also benefiting and all that. But because sometimes you cannot say business is going to benefit when you are going to have crime. When business crime happens, you find that some of those people, like especially with armed robberies, where you find that there are people who are coming from other places, then it's now also hitting your business environment or business sector, because now they have to add more security, they have to do more other things. So I won't say they're doing it intentionally. I think South African government is friendly to its neighbors. It's trying to be friendly to most of the especially more on the region, because on the SADC I can go to any of the countries in the SADC without having to apply for visa. So and it's simple as that. So for the government, and most of the government, the people who are in government, some of them were the ones who went to who were in Tanzania, who were in Zambia when during those wars, who were in Angola during those times when there were most of them being killed or being arrested. So they know the situation in most of the countries around them, or even in the continent, and they know the African issues, and they know how generally the people live in those countries. So it's a bit complicated. It's not something that is just one issue that now they're taking jobs. No, there's crime. There's a lot of things that have been raised, Mondatenzi, and that needs to be addressed. And as a government, they need to do better in terms of how do you now you already have millions of people who are here, either legally or illegally. What do you do with it? Because no way you can just try to arrest all of them and send them back because they are hungry. How do you send somebody who doesn't have a job, who's hungry in his home country, just deport them? What do you expect he's gonna do? He's gonna go to either the next country or come back. Of which they've seen that some of the people get deported. They're within a week they are back in the country. So that's not a solution to deport people who came illegal. That just shows you the poverty situation around your neighbors, that you need to handle it in such a way that is going to benefit. Make sure, obviously, it's like everyone will say, charity begins at home. So you need to also make sure that your own children are fed before you reach out to the next children. So you need to make sure that your children, if let's say now, when that says you've got your own kids, and then your brother's kids next door, your brother dies, and then now those kids need to come and stay with you. And I think Mika is one example of such a situation. He can even explain better. How do you make sure that your kids who were so used to maybe sleeping alone in one bed, now they have to share with the cousin or a brother? How do you make sure that your kids, when they start saying, now I have a cousin who's sleeping with me, the cousin kicks me at night or whatever, you need to make sure that your kids are comfortable, and how they can now make sure that they can get along, share things, teach them to share. If you have not taught your kids to share, your kids are going to complain and say, Daddy, since we started having you brought so and so, we are not sleeping well, we are having this issue, this is what's happening in the country at the moment. And how do you make sure that your kids get along with their own cousins, and how do you make sure that they all still feel that they are being looked after in this home? So this is what's happening currently. We need to make sure that government needs to make sure, or as people, we need to make sure that everybody who's in the country gets something to do, get something. They can still feel that they are part of this country, not the I mean, your cousins who are benefiting only, you are losing the benefits of the home. So that needs to be a culture that needs to be cultivated. And you know what's happening in South Africa now? It is going to happen to some countries. It's just a matter of when, like Kenya, for example, it's a growing economy. Once you start having a lot of people, if there had to be maybe, let's say maybe in Ethiopia, then let's say there's a, God forbid, any country, for example, something happens where people have to leave in numbers and they come to your country in such a way that you feel that now you as a government, you welcome them because those are your brothers. You are the elder, you are the father. You say, welcome, this is your home as well, you are Africans. And then your kids now feel that no, 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 our resources now are being depleted because now we have to share. That's a situation that we need to now work on as a country. It's not a situation where we can just say, you need to just accept them, you know? Yes, accept them, but how make sure that the conditions is going to be suitable for everybody who's in that home or in that country, for example.
Yeah, yeah,
I don't know if I'm getting somewhere
no,
there.
I've seen, I've understood your point, my brother. I've understood your point, but I feel like maybe your analogy can be a bit, can be a bit maybe misguided, or when you talk about maybe a home, you're comparing maybe the country to a home where the parents give you everything. That is socialism, my brother. That's socialism. And this world, I think that's why I'm saying that is a wrong analogy, because we're living in capitalism. So it's not really about your kids at home. This is when you take your kids to school. Do you want to go to a competitive school, or a school where they give your kids good grades for doing nothing? This is the true, man. Where this is real life. Do you want your kids to be able to compete with the world, or do you want to protect them and all these other things that you're talking about? Because in the end of the day, I understand, because in Kenya, we have all our northern neighbors are at war, first of all. So we have a very huge influx of foreigners, man. Even you find even a lot of Ethiopians, even in the comment sections, or a lot of Somalis. They were at one point they were in Kenya, working in Kenya. Even here, man, there are a lot of there are a lot of foreigners in Kenya. If you're talking about our neighbors, Ethiopians, Somalis, South Sudanese, a lot of them in Kenya. A lot of them, a lot of Kenyans actually. Some Kenyans are getting angry about them, but not angry because of jobs. They're angry because maybe, oh my God, these guys are so rude. What's, things like that, because culture clashes. But it's not really because of jobs, because at the end of the day, I think I can't speak for all Kenyans. I do not like speaking for a whole country, but
Exactly. So we all have different views of how to handle this matter. But
yeah,
I was just showing you something that in a country is like a family. How you run your stuff, it's like a country. When I always make an analogy of a family, is because in any family there's a budget for every family, just like every government has a budget. And in a family there's people, there's kids, there's different people of different age groups. And how the, and I can tell you this, Mandatezi, when I made that analogy of kids, different kids react differently. That's why I'm saying in Kenya, it might be that the kids in the Kenyan kids are saying, these guys are rude. My cousin is very rude. He's always moody. You understand? But in another home, other kids are saying, no, but I'm not. I used to get 5 shillings. Now I'm getting 2 shillings. Those are kids, and you might find among, let's say you've got 5 kids, maybe 4 of your kids don't complain, but there will be always that one who's gonna complain. Those are the ones that you see going and interrogating. How much did you get? Do you have your business legal? As you said, the Operation Dudula thing. You understand? So you'll not. That's why as a country, uh, you will always have different people, and also another thing in Africa that we forget to say, it's our classes, the economic classes that are there. We all fall into different income brackets,
yeah,
different
inequality.
economic sectors that we find ourselves into. Like for somebody who's doing well, who's a businessman, who's a middle, maybe a middle, who's a professional who works for multinationals, who works for they don't really have those stresses, because if you look at most of these issues, they're coming from the low class of society in mostly in our country. And it's not everyone in that class, but mostly you find it in there. But you also find somewhere some other people who might say, nah, I'm also seeing the same. I also agree with those people who are having this thing. So our classes also depends on how our issues are a bit different. If you're living in a mansion, if you live in those beach homes, I'm when Tezi, you're the real estate guy, you're making money, you won't really have so much, because now you must remember the people that are coming from maybe other nations, they either live in their own community or they more encounter your locals who live in the low class of your society. So they have to share those small resources in those sectors. And they're the ones who will say, you don't see those things because you live in your nice mansion, you live in a middle class suburb, you drive nice fancy cars. We have to now live with X, Y, Z and share those small resources that the country is allocating for us. So as I made this analogy that as a family, a country is like a family, and your president is like a father of the home. How he spends his money on the country determines how the kids can also develop themselves as a nation. And his responsibility, does he really man up to his responsibility, or does he just go after when he get paid, he's going to drunk, womanize, which is now corruption, in this case corruption and other things that really do not develop your home, your kids, or your people as a country. So hence I made an analogy of a family, that every family has a budget, just like any country has a budget for everything. You've got a budget for food, you've got a budget for transport, you've got a budget for house, whatever that runs your country. So, as I said, that even in your kids, kids have different needs, and kids will complain about different things. That's why in a country you'll always have people that will complain about this, other people will complain about this. For middle class, it might be like, hey man, the petrol price is going high for us. We in my country now with all this wars, petrol is going higher, it's getting crazy. People are like, they've been making jokes on social media like, hey man, now you're gonna be riding a bicycle, you won't be driving your nice car. If you driving one of the big cars, your Land Rovers, your Range Rovers, these cars that are consuming a lot of gasoline or petrol, then you know that, hey man, it's gonna be tough. You're gonna have to make sure that you've got other income streams that can really support you, So as I said, every country has different things that they will encounter. So sometimes in a society like ours, it happens that there's a sector of our society that's complaining about something. Just like in your country, there's a specific society that's complaining about other people from other nations, and sometimes it can even be even locals saying, "Hey man, I don't like locals from other regions from this so-so region. They are very rude. They are very aggressive. They like fighting." Such things, you'll always have something people will always complain about, but it's how you react to it. How I think our government is really slow in responding to resolving some of these issues, and I think it's doable. It's easy to resolve. It's not something really hard to do. It's just for them to really make sure that they really come up with solution and engage with people.
What do you think the solution is?
The solution, is for me. If I was president, now you're asking me a solution, right?
Yeah,
Since we are
His
Africans, we need to come
Excellency
to
Ezra.
solutions. We are not complaining every time. Oh, my country corruption. Oh, my country this. I don't. Let's come up with solutions. When we start complaining, have something in mind that if I was president or if I was a leader, I would have asked us to really do ABC. I think we should have in my country we believe in something we call the khotla. It's a traditional way of when I think it's an African thing where sometimes when there's an issue in a village, let's say there's a stock theft in a village, as a man of the village, the chiefs, they can say, all the men, we need to come and talk, and we need to talk about this issue. How do we resolve the issue of immigration, first of all? And what's the issue of employment? There's also, by the way, for some people who might not know, as a country, there are like what we call critical skills that are allocated to anybody who comes from any country, for example, doctors, engineers. Those are the critical skills that the country knows that we lack more of them, we need more of them, and they're allowed. A lot of people who are coming from other nations, even Kenya, there are doctors who work here as well as doctors who are working as engineers, working from different sectors that we government identifies as critical skills that we know that we need more people to move this economy going forward, and it's open for everybody. It's just people need to know which and check on the government websites, for example. And as a country, I would have called for that to have Lehotla where people can really say we need to have good relations with our fellow brothers, with everybody. We need to, as a country, we need to accept our reality that these are our brothers. They are here to stay. They are here to do business. They are here to do work. They're here. There's nothing. I mean, if you've got like 5 or 6 million people from maybe one country already, you can't. How will you deport such people? You need to just now work on what you have at that moment with the people that are there, and how do you make sure that they become, if they're complaining about illegal and not having documentation, how do we make ways that we can document them, make sure that we can have them in our databases, that if somebody does a crime, we can easily capture him, we can easily have his details, we can know where is he from, and we can prosecute if needs be, or even ban from our system to say you'll not be welcome in this country because you've done such offenses A, B, C. We can't cater you anymore, and if you are arrested again, you'll be put in jail or something like that. And again, the issue of obviously now we have the immigration issue. We have to resolve it. We go to the jobs and say, how are we going to work? You have to also invite your business community in these places, and also have a solution where even foreign business can come and say, this is how we want to do things. This is how we think can you as a government can help us to make sure that our business is registered, is legal. We're experiencing hardship to register because of ABC. Hence, sometimes we start our business illegally. So those are the things we need. It's a to and fro. Government cannot just start and make a decision alone. They need to engage every sphere of society, every stakeholder, business, whether foreign or local, even the people as well, to make sure that as a community, we need to build love for one another as people. And we need to also share and speak about our common history, especially now when you talk about the people from, let's say, for example, Zimbabwe, of which is our neighbor. Zimbabwe, South Africa shares a cultural the Ndebele people of Zimbabwe share so much with the Ndebele people and the Zulu people of South Africa, for example. So if you look at history and say, guys, these are your people. These people came from your own lineage as Zulu people. Why today some of them you're not treating them well? You need to think these are maybe your distant cousin, these are your distant sisters, whatever you want to call them. You understand? So these are also the cultural exchange to know one another about each other's countries, as we talked about the prejudices and the negative stereotypes that are out there. For example, if you're a foreigner, like let's say, for example, Mendatezi, I can talk about an issue in Kenya that happened in Westland. I follow news, by the way. I follow a lot of countries. If they think I don't know about their countries, they'll be shocked. And you once tell them that I was, yeah. Anyway, Mendatezi, for example, when that's the issue that happened in the mall, the so-called terrorist situation that happened in Kenya in the mall. How did it?
Yeah.
How did the Kenyans take it? Did others took it in a negative light to say it's people from this country and they are terrorists and we need to maybe fire them, take them back home, or go and invade their country? There are people who had those thoughts, right? Am I wrong?
No. The problem with the terrorism in Kenya is these guys they really know how to choose proper locals. With the proper local names, they can't even you can't even discriminate.
but you get my point about how stereotypes can easily be built on one or two people who did something negative in your country and the whole nation, because the media, the power of media, once something is repeated once, twice, thrice, the more it gets repeated by one or two people, then people start saying, no, man. They change how they see you. It's like a lie, how they say a lie travels faster. And even the strategy of one of the, during the wars in Europe, that you repeat a lie so many times, people end up believing it. It's just like in Africa. Sometimes every African just believe that their leadership is corrupt. Even if you've got 2 or 5 people who are not corrupt, who are ministers who are working hard, but because the government in general, it's already labeled as African corrupt leaders, African dictators. Because those news have been repeated so much, people tend to now absorb that and believe that, my government is corrupt. Even if there's a minister that's doing well, if they had to look at their financials, every cent has been spent on the country. You understand? So I made an example of what happened in your nation, that when I saw some of your local news, by the way, I saw some people started to having sort of doubt about other people who are their neighbors. And when you look at in general, those people are mostly entrepreneurs. It's only just a few rotten apples that came or hired and did something, an evil deed to the people. But because it was repeated on the local news, it was like something that was like this, they repeated, this terrorist group. And now they label it in such a way that it channels people to see other people to say, those guys might be terrorists. They might be up to something. We need to look at them. The government now starts sending intelligence. We need to be checking their community. Yeah. We need to be, and that community might start feeling like now we are being harassed so much. We are being monitored, whatever we do. And you find that, but when you look at the general public in Kenya, you might find that most people do not see those people as that, but others people still believe that those people are like that.
Yeah, you're talking about the Somali people.
So even in my country, there's people who have believed some of the stereotypes because one or two people have been doing maybe illegal things, and they believe like everybody from such a country, they're doing wrong. They're here to destroy our country. They like, now we need to take action. Those are the people now who go and vandalize and do other wrongful things,
Yeah, I understand what you're trying to say, my brother.
And also looking at society, South Africa has been a society of uprisings as well. We were one of those countries that, if you like poor service delivery, there'll be protests. They can block roads. They can even ban even the things they critically need at times. You understand? So you must understand that we are also, our societies are a bit different, and also how our history comes from, where we've always resorted to, like, if you don't hear us, we can block the roads. Then now the officials start listening. Some people still use the same tactics. If they've got an issue, we are going to confront this person. We are going for him. They need to answer. We need to make sure that we deal with this person. And obviously, some of the tactics don't work anymore in this day and age, where there's a lot of ways that we can resolve some of our issues.
Yeah. Even in Kenya, we have. I'm not saying that Kenya we don't have this problem. We have this problem in Kenya. In fact, if you're watching the Kenya news, then you'll know that just the other day we had a crackdown. Maybe I don't know if you watched about it, but people in bikes were not having it easy just one day ago, 2 days ago, because of an issue. And so I understand how the general society just can just gang up on some a group of people because of the working of one person or in that group or somebody who's in that group. So yes, I understand. But now when we talk about the immigration issue, you've actually spoken what have you, it's like we are agreeing with each other. We're just using different ways of saying it. But you said that the immigrants need to be, who are already there, need to be just accepted as who they are. In fact, in Atan is already is talking about giving them legal status because they are there, right? And in fact, I like what he's saying because it's actually even more better, because he says that even just give working visas is make them easy to get, so that somebody can just go and get a working visa. So at least you'll have a good number of people who are coming in. Who are, when you make it hard, people will still come, you know. But now they are going to come with other ways, remove take these smugglers out of business. These people who smuggle people, take them out of business. Just make it so easy. Yeah. Take them out of business so that people don't even need to be smuggled. They are there. They have recorded. I think also when people know they are being recorded, I don't know. I don't know how it will affect crime, because crime is another thing that comes from different issues. Also, also you have to accept that there, apart from immigration, there are other issues that are plaguing like South Africa. Even in Kenya, we have other issues like inequality. Inequality is also a huge issue in Africa. I think South Africa has been ranked the most one of the most unequal countries in the world, or is it just Africa? I don't know which.
Yeah, it is it is ranked the most unequal society in the world. It used to be Brazil years ago, but yeah, currently we are ranked as the most unequal society, because in South Africa, one of the things that you clearly see about South Africa, as I say, we don't hide our issues. Is South Africa, for example, you can go to the most beautiful places where you'll think, wow, there's such places in Africa. You understand? Where you'll not see poverty, you'll see the most beautiful homes, mansions, beautiful roads, everything you name it, you right? And then you go to another section where you got a really informal, what we call informal settlement, which is um, informal is like people who've just found a patch of land and they've occupied it because of either their what's this economic condition. Maybe they're coming from villages or they're coming from other
Yeah.
countries, and it's the cheapest place where they can set up something to live, because in terms of maybe affordability, they cannot go and live in the main cities or even in those nice places because of cost, for example. So you look at those mentions, like for example, if you look at places like maybe Cape Town, where go to the Kemps Bays, you go to the Clifton, those are like the high end places. When you're there as a visitor, as a tourist, you're like, wow, South Africa, another level. This is competing
There's
with
a
any other
bowling.
country, you know? You understand? But there's the other section where people are living in small, what we call a shack.
Yeah,
It's
we
it's
have
very
that in,
small, very
and they and,
tiny,
and, and
you
usually
know?
they work for the people who are in those big mansions. They usually work for those people, right? Yeah, even in, in Kenya we have I think everybody in the world knows Kibera now. It's not a
mm,
even in Kenya we don't have a lot of secrets. Our problems are usually easily broadcasted because I think we have a lot. I think we have the biggest NGO per capita, maybe in the world. I don't know. I think we have the most NGOs per capita. Like we have a lot of NGOs in Kenya, man. It's
mm,
actually a booming business, showing that poor Kibera, that poor Kibera slum, that that shack. That
mm,
shack is very famous, and I don't even think there are actually arguments that it's not even the biggest slum in the world.
mm,
There is
mm,
actually that argument because they when they look at the numbers, it doesn't add up, but it still pushed us that because these guys they really that's how they make money. The
exactly.
NGOs they survive of donations from the Western world, so they have to really push this narrative of hey, Kibera here is the biggest slum in the world. These guys are really living not bad, and yeah, they are not living good. And we also have extreme inequality in Kenya, because the funny thing is Kibera borders a golf course. You know, that, so you find that irony. When if you look at the what is it, the aerial view, you find that oh man, beautiful neighborhood then Kibera, just a wall separating them. You know. So
Mm,
yeah, it's always crazy that the inequality in Africa is really a big deal, and I don't know. I don't know. I'm yet to hear a lot of solutions to it. There are so many people saying many different solutions, and
mm,
I think that is also hurting South Africa. In fact, you have reminded me that even Tanzania, just a few years ago, were talking about, hey man, these Kenyans are taking our jobs. So this thing is also it also you see, Jonathan is saying that there are 1 million people in Kibera, but that's not true. You
mm,
know, it's actually 100,000. But that the number is usually pushed to 1 million. The other census the other day, it was nowhere near 1 million. It's actually 100,000 or something like that. So,
mm,
my point is that things like things like inequality, they are also used by maybe the politicians of the day to cover their incompetence. They start blaming it on immigrants. Do you see that happening in South Africa, or is it?
Now, like in South Africa, the thing is that that agenda, I think a lot of Africans sometimes miss that agenda. They tend to think South Africans do not want other Africans, of which is a lie, and it's a narrative that has been pushed. Even the narrative that South Africans are xenophobic is also a negative and a wrong and a false argument. Even the narrative that South Africans are saying foreigners are taking their jobs, it's a certain sector of society that says that, but it's not the whole country. I mean the I mean in general, if I may generalize, it's not every South African who believes in those things, and South Africans are not into that. If if South Africa, for example, if South Africans were xenophobic, they didn't want other Africans. Do you think a country of 60 million people will they have allowed people to come into the nation, work in other places, uh, buy in their businesses? South Africans didn't want foreigners or people who are coming from other African countries. They could have just said, "We're not gonna be buying anything from them. We're not gonna support them." If you look at most of the business in mostly black dominated places, those businesses are supported by a lot of South Africa, and most of those businesses, like convenience stores, they are owned by people from other countries. We're talking about guys from Pakistan, guys from India, guys from Bangladesh, Ethiopians, Somalians. So there's a variety of people that are in those sectors, and they are being supported heavily. If you ask any Ethiopian or any Somali or any Bangladesh or Pakistani, and ask them who are the most people who owns most of the stores, the convenience stores in black, what we call black townships, you'll see that it's mostly them. They'll tell you honestly, it's them. They're running those sectors, and are they being supported? they will say, yes, we are being supported. We are making millions in those societies, and those are really big societies. So for the notion that South Africans are this and all that stuff, it's all nonsense. It's all untrue and false things that are put out there. And sometimes just listening to a sector of society that's raising concern to say, such sectors, we believe that ABC is happening and maybe people are taking our jobs. If it's a concern of the nation, if there's a certain sector in the society, we need to listen to them. We cannot shut them down and say, no, majority do not believe in that. Keep quiet, keep quiet. No, we're not going to do that. We will give them a platform to come and speak and say, ABC, this is the issue. Because from the founding fathers of this constitution or this new uh, a nation, or the so-called rainbow nation, they believed in South Africa belongs to who belongs in it or who are in it, and they believe so much in unity of the African people and people in general. So such statements and such things is just some of the things that have been really what I'll call propaganda to kind of turn South Africa to make people believe that South Africa does not want people to come in their nations.
Yeah.
They mistreat you. Because if you look at, most people are flourishing who are coming from other African countries who have businesses now. Others drive cars. When they came, some of them, I'll tell you, some of the guys, Mondatezi, some of the guys who came in South Africa when they were starting businesses, some of them used to sleep in their shops, right? Today, if you see some of the guys who own some of the business, some of them drive big cars now. You're like, hey, this guy is owning maybe 1 or 2 shops now. When he came here, he used to wear one shirt every day, one pair of shoes, one trouser. And you're like, give this man 6 months, a year later, he's now a guy. So you ask yourself, when they say South Africans are xenophobic, South Africans don't want them, and who's supporting their business? Why are they flourishing then? If South Africans did not support them or did not want them in their country. Because if they wanted, South Africans can just say, guys, please, from now on, you can close your business, go home. We will start our own businesses that will support and will not support you anymore. They can literally just do that. It's not something that is hard to do. So for those
Yeah.
who are coming with those negative narrative, or who keep on preaching that same narrative that South African is this and that, it's absolute nonsense and it does not exist. That's a false news, and it's people who've cashed on their false belief and they keep on repeating them on their socials and on other places.
Yeah. If I was
I
just
want
going
to
to ask
give Tanzania a chance.
Tanzania.
You
Okay.
can, then I'll give Tanzania a chance. She's been holding tight.
Oh, yes. Good to hear you all again. It has been a long, long time. But okay, so in regards to the whole people coming in from outside and maybe taking jobs, my solution would be this, or suggestion is this. Well, I understand from the locals' point of view that if you're used to a certain wages being paid for a certain position, it doesn't make sense for you to take less for that. So yeah, so somebody else coming in and sort of undercutting you, that, it does look unfair. For me, the problem is not the person who accepts the lower wage, because if you are in a more desperate position, you're going to accept, less. That's just how it is. And for me, that's just how the market is. If somebody else is willing to take less, somebody's going to pay less. For me, the whole problem is, if there are those minimum wage laws, then those should be enforced for everybody. You should pay, your worker the same amount, whether they are local or they are foreign. And so that will eliminate the competition. So it will be a more fair competition, because now it will be who can do the job best. If the local people are better at it, then they will do it. If the other people bring some other skills, then, they'll be hired. So that to me would be, would be equitable for both the locals who are still getting the same amount, but it would also be fair for the people who are coming from outside, because they are bringing something, to the economy, and they might learn from each other. Somebody might have something that they know that they can teach the other person. So that would be my suggestion for the first problem. Yes.
Yeah, great thoughts, Tenzin. I like your thinking. That's that's the actual that's what's supposed to be happening, but at the moment that's not happening. But I want to ask, I want to answer somebody here, I think that Nati, saying, why are fellow Africans dying on the street of South Africa? Jonathan, I mean, Nati, dying how? I don't get it. Do you mean that every day there are South Africans who are just being killed, or every day there's just Africans who are being killed? By the way, if maybe Nati, I don't know if you've been to South Africa and you don't know the situation. South Africa has a high crime rate. That's an open thing that is there. Government publishes that, and we're not hiding any of that stuff. And it affects everyone, and also even murder and stuff. Those are the things that also happen. Hence, some people, when they're talking about borders, they're saying there's also illegal guns that come to the country that are not on our system, that also happen to be found in crime scenes at times. So I don't get why he's saying why are fellow Africans dying on the streets of South Africa, Ezra. I don't know. I don't know how to answer that, because there's nothing to answer there. I mean, it's just some of the things that is out there. People die in different ways, even locals, even more locals than other fellow Africans. So I don't know if maybe you've also been recycling some of the stuff on the online, and you've just been consuming and believing that South Africa, they're just killing people. If that was really a reality, that Africans are being killed like every day, just being killed for no reason, I mean, those things will have been making it in the news. South Africa, we do the media outlets will have been enjoying having headlines and being relevant. So
I think
I doubt that what you're saying is. I think you've read some of the things, that you've also listened to some of those news that I think. And I'm being fair when I say this, because I stay in those big cities. I don't stay in some small town somewhere else. I live in a big city, by the way, one of the biggest city in Africa, and one of the biggest city in the country. So I know those things. And he says what Nati says, that is not a balanced analysis of the reality. At the end of the day, many fellow Africans are killed. Like, Nati, I'm not gonna answer you. I've answered you from a local perspective, and I drive everywhere. There's no other place I don't drive in the country. I go to any place in this country, and I drive a lot. If you okay, maybe you don't have my WhatsApp. If you see some people who have my WhatsApp, sometimes they see where I drive. I drive all the parts of the country. Some of the reason why sometimes I don't go live because of that, and I think maybe you see, you read something, I live the reality, Nati. Like, I'm not gonna go to and fro. Either you believe my answer or you continue listening to the media. That's how I'm gonna answer you.
you
Because
know,
I think he's also into that thing that people are being killed. Man, go to Joburg CBD. You see a lot of foreigners who are doing well, who are there. Yes, there's crime. Yes, they will say there is a crime in South Africa, in the inner cities. Yes, there is crime. So I don't know, when you say Africans are being killed, there's most Africans who die every day, killing each other among themselves for different things. So for you to
yeah,
say Africans are being killed,
Pastor.
I think it's
Pastor,
quite
let me
unfair.
say
But
something.
yeah,
Let me say something. I think I understand what you're trying to say, and I think what Nati is trying also to push, that those reports are not false reports. That people were actually, those people reports of the death, but what is if I was to say your argument is like saying, maybe as my sister Tanzan, she is in the United States. There are also rich black men in the United States who are doing
yeah,
well and who are doing very well. But now, if imagine if a white man come here and says that there is no racism in the United States because there is a rich black man. They look at the rich black men in the United States. There is no racism in the United States because there is rich black men and black women who are doing well in the United States. You see, the truth is that you have not you're comparing apples and oranges. Because they are, I think that is the point Nachi is trying to push across, that to be fair, like, there are people who are victims of this the X word, of the X word. There are people who are victims of the X word, and that is what I think what Nat Naili is saying. And I'm not even Nat. I think this is what the media is also pushing. I don't know if you have said that the media is also trying to maybe being aggressive. The media likes a story that will sell. Even when a Nigerian does something like whatever, like anything to do with the scam, we will all hear it. We will all, even remember that Nigerian who was in Dubai, we will all hear it. It doesn't matter where
Be
he is in the world.
careful. We have avoided saying the word the whole time.
and with this thing, right? And one of the things that if I can answer Nati again, and also the sentiment about xenophobia, how South Africa, we've also had this conversation with some people as well, and sometimes some South Africans really let me just see, what is he saying? I will take us. Oh, the problem is balance and all. I'm not even reach a stopping while black driving. What is he saying now? But from my side, all I can say is it's like, for example, some statements are nutty regardless of analysis or whatever. I can only give you my analysis, and my analysis might differ from another South African. But for me, in general, when I generalize this situation and I look at this situation, there's no such thing as African dying on the streets. The way that statement only, like how you ask it, why are fellow Africans dying on the streets? You know that narrative, just for you to answer it, for somebody it's already thinking, oh, which means Africans are being killed. South Africans are killing other fellow Africans. So sometimes you need to ask it in a way that you have to find out. And I try to answer this thing. It's not something that's happening every day. It happened, yes. There has been some attacks that happened before, and not once. More than once, yes, they have happened. And South Africans have acknowledged that thing. They've never shy away. They've never tried to sweep it under the carpet. For me to even talk about, if I was another South African, he'll have said, nonsense, I'm not going to talk about that. I don't believe South Africans are not xenophobic. And I'm not going to say South Africans are not xenophobic. But in general, South Africans are not xenophobic. Hence, I say they even support other people from other nations, their businesses, everything. They work with them as well. We work with them. And so that's why for somebody who doesn't believe in those narratives, who doesn't believe in those or don't see those narratives, it's not easy for me to like just say, yes, it's like that. Obviously, there will be a sector of society that will not want, who do not feel comfortable because of stereotypes they've heard about other people from other nations. Just like what Madatis just mentioned, another example of, I think that Hush Puppy guy who was arrested there in Dubai. People see things, and if somebody analyzes that, he might say, why? It's like me saying, why Nigerians are scams. Hardworking Nigerians.
Like you, brother. If it was another nationality, nobody would have known about you. But because he was Nigerian, the world media was like on the
understand. So hence I'm saying, Mandatezi, the narrative that once, if there's two rotten apples that are out there, somebody might start generalizing apples are rotten. I don't like apples. I don't like apples because they do want to. Because of what? Two rotten apples. Maybe they found two rotten apples. Now, whatever apple they find, they have to scan it. Is it not rotten? Is it not like this? You understand? So even the same thing with xenophobia. A lot of South Africans feel that it's not fair to them to say South Africa is xenophobic, while other African countries do the same. Even others, what they call Afrophobia among themselves, it will never be televised like South Africa. But you have to understand, different countries will always be treated differently because of your responsibility as a country. If you're a big nation, like Kenya is a big nation, if there's something negative Kenyans had to do, many people will try to hold you more accountable to that, to say, why are you doing this? Can you expect a good example from you? You are a great nation. You understand? But if there's a narrative that's being pushed and people start believing that, like, no, South Africans are xenophobic, Oh no, because of xenophobia. Xenophobia happened. And first of all, who labeled that thing to say xenophobia? Other people say maybe it's Afrophobia. We can even dilute it. And also, some people will say xenophobia, but you find that in their countries, they're also killing one another. You ask themselves, where is the love? Why you can literally not have the same energy you are using in your home country, but you can use it to another nation. And of something you've heard, sometimes you're not even something you've experienced. So these are
Speaking
the
of which,
these are
I have a
the
question.
the stereotypes that we need to break and the prejudice that we have among one another. And I'm telling you, each country has some, either from their another tribe or even from another nation. They have something they believe that such people, they are like this. Such people, because of what they only listen to through media, until they meet people and say like, wow, I used to think you guys are bad people until I met one or two people that are good. Tenzin, sorry about that.
No, it's okay. Sorry, I interrupted. I
Yeah.
have a question. Okay, we only see from outside, and we don't know too much about, SA, except, they're hostile towards other people. And I understand that that could be, media, but also, you know, it's seeing those things sometimes, make you feel that way, even though it's just one instance in whatever, and even though it happens everywhere. But my question is, you can see how people treat other people outside. How do South Africans get along, within the country?
In general, South Africans are like we. I think in the cities, I
Mhm.
mean, we are like any other nation, any other country. In terms of urbanization, we have a lot of people moving to the cities. Hence, you will have some informal sectors. Even if you go to the most beautiful city, you will have informal settlements because there's that migration pattern from rural areas. People are leaving some of the old ways they were doing farming and all this other stuff, subsistence farming. They are moving to the cities for better jobs, for also schooling as well. It's not just about jobs only, but also education is playing a role why people are also migrating. And other reason is obviously you move because of you think there's growth for you, maybe you believe in greener pastures, or you even leave the country. South Africans who've left the country, people never, it's something that people maybe don't know. There are South Africans who've moved to other nations as well and who are not coming back. There's also been something where they've been trying to trace some people who've been 20 years gone in the country. They still have dual citizenship, but they want to find out, are you still coming? Are you still going to renew your stuff? All that stuff. But
Okay.
as South African in general, we do get along. Yes, we have our differences. We don't think alike as a country. I told Mondatezi that he was asking about the Operation Dudula. It's one sector of the community. There's other people who don't believe in that. They believe in other things. But as a nation in general, we do get along. We do want to see this nation. We know that South Africa can be better than what it is. And we know that South Africa remains a big potential for the continent and for itself to be a leading country. It's just we need to get things right. And that's what South Africans are fighting for, that we need to get things right in this nation. We need to get South Africa back on track from the visions of that we believed when we were building this nation after 94, that we need to make a better society for everyone, opportunities. South Africans believe in this country so much and they want to make South Africa great, but obviously there's a lot of things that are being challenged. But we all don't think alike. We have our differences. We do argue. We do have different political views. We all do believe in different people. Others believe in other people. I see somebody says Julius Malema. Other society, he might be popular in Africa, but you find that at home is not everyone who believes him. Others think he's a scam. Others believe he's a flip flop. Others believe he's a hero. So just like that, we are also divided about even leaders. So do not think one leader, when you see him online talking tough, people believe him. Other people have other track record of him who might say, no, I don't believe in him. He's done A, B, C before. He's a fraud. He's a scam artist. He's a fickle-minded person. I will not vote for him. Others will say he's a great leader. I'll vote for this. Even political parties, we all vote differently. So we all have our difference. As much as yes, we do get along, and yeah, in general, we do get along. That's a short answer.
Okay.
No, that's good.
Yeah.
What I also wanted to say is, the last speech that Mika talked about was defending the image and heritage of Africa. And one thing we also have to realize is that our image around the world is not the best. We have some good and some bad, both as a continent and as individual people. Like as a continent, if you go out, you'll find that you're the face of poverty, corruption, all of these things. As different countries, when we go out, we are met with, so we have to come to terms with what the image is and how we need to repair it. But first, we have to accept that the image is out there. For example, and some of the things that we're accused of, some of those stereotypes, it's not true for everybody, it's not true. But sometimes there are some members of our community who represent us not so well. I know that Kenyans and Tanzanians are thought of with a sort of a side eye because we are a little bit, you take a little bit too much on top. I'll say that nicely. But
Tell us this stereotype. Me, I don't know this stereotype.
Tanzan has got he's got nice sugar coats, and somebody wants to play the devil's advocate right now.
Okay, Mondatezi, defend our image.
me, I don't know. I don't know the stereotype before I defend it. Let me. Is it that when we give us tea, we take the house or something?
Something of the sort, yes.
That is true, my dear.
Hey, man. Hey.
See, he's just playing. Yeah, so we know. So it's up to those people. When we go, we know that some people might think that of us. So we have to go the extra step and prove, that we are not what they might think that we are, So that's our responsibility, to get rid of the negative image by actually doing positive things. I know it's very simplistic and it's not our mentality because we also look at them as very gullible. They're very trusting, individuals. And so, yeah. And then on the other hand, the big giant, the big N, they might be very 99.999% all wonderful, hardworking, straightforward people, yes. But there is still a small percentage who go around.
Tunaja will be here soon.
I'm telling you.
and Madara will be here soon talking about junior designers and
okay, I better watch it. You see how carefully I am watching my words.
You can sugarcoat this thing, yeah? I like it.
Yes. So the 99.999%, yes. So you have to try your hardest, to counter this image. It might be completely false, but that's how it is out there. So so I think I'll keep my roasting to 3 countries today and leave it at
that. Let me tell you something. With this 99%, yes, they can. This 1%, they can really bring trouble. Let me tell you, this 1% of the ones that embarrass us. Let me tell you, that 1% of Nigeria, that one Nigerian, he can really cause that havoc until you find the whole country now. They have said no, we are tired. And I think the same with South Africa. You know that 1% of people who are xenophobic, they can really, hey, those
They
riots.
speak with passion, you know, when they talk, they speak with passion.
Hey, they say, hey, these people, they hate us.
And I saw SA and Nigerians are the toughest sounding Africans. Like when you listen to them, you're just scared. Hey, what is going on? What are they eating? They are so scary. You know, us when we talk in East Africa, we just, just talk and then hey, when South Africans are angry, the whole world better look out.
I'm telling you, that 1% he speaks with the authority of 100%. You know, you will know, you will think, yes, that's why we don't even believe you when you're saying, it is a small. The way that person was speaking with authority.
Yeah, he sounded like the president of the whole country.
Hey, man, I'm telling you, South Africa is also home of politics. You know, politicians. Yeah. I mean, a lot of people have been schooled into that thought, and so some of them still carry those values of how we used to talk when we were addressing either the apartheid system or any system for that matter. That's why when you look at our CIC there, I saw somebody saying Malema, Juju, Julius Malema there. That's why when you talk, I mean, in South Africa, if you come to politics, if you're going to address a rally, you can go all soft, and some people just this one, you're not serious, because there they want to send men, you know, they want to send they want tough people. That's why when he speaks, sometimes the political thought, since I've gone through that phase, I know when you're going to address people, especially when you're trying to emphasize a point or something that you need mobilization, I'm not gonna say, guys, we need to take over. We need to... they're like, this one is not serious. Because when you get into an argument or when you're going to go into the boardrooms, there you need to use this, and you need to really state what you're here for, or else they'll eat you alive. They'll eat you in those boardrooms. If you are here to negotiate for the people and you come with all this soft talk, my brothers, we need to talk. They look at you and like, this one, they'll start hitting you with questions. You forget why your mandate, you came there. You come and say, no, these people are saying, they're like, they say this leadership needs to go. We need somebody who's going to represent us there. When you talk there, you need to also shake the people. If those guys are wearing suit, it's a union or whatever, you need to shake the people who are there. They need to know they need to make a plan, or else, man, you'll never get anything done. We had the march here as well a few years ago, just before the COVID, of fees. You know, fees must fall, where a lot of university students were saying, or tertiary students were saying, they need the fees to go down because universities have been going up, even though there's other schemes to help students. But if you saw some students, student leaders were arrested because they were talking tough. And for the government to silence such people, they need to, you know, arrest the leaders, frustrate them, you know, because they know when they see a strong leader, somebody who's not going to be smiling and just is happy to have tea and sitting in a nice boardroom with professors and whatnot. There needs to be somebody who's going to say the students want a 35 decrease in fees, cut this, we need this, they need all those things. You need to be really serious. You're not going to go there and just talk all soft. Here, professor, I'm here to ask for the student. The student sent me. They'll play with your mind. You'll start seeing how some of the intellectual people, how they can trick you. So if you go there and you show your toughness, you shake them a bit and say, we'll make sure that this institution doesn't open. We'll make sure this is... Then they want to listen to you. But if you come and say, oh, professor, so-and-so, the students have... Hey, man, this world, if you don't say what you need to put out there, they'll play with you. They'll trick you. So you need to strike first sometimes. That's why when you see leaders like Julius Malema, that's why a lot of Africans love him, because he's just straight to the point. He's not going to be sugarcoating, trying to be politically nice and correct so that people vote for him. And he told people that, hey, if you don't want to vote for this party, go to the next party. He's not going to be, trying to suck up just to get a vote, but he's going to say the truth, that he believes that there's a certain sector of the country that believes that, hey, we need to nationalize the mines, we need to nationalize the banks. Other South Africans do not believe in that. And it's not about race when it comes to it. There's other Black South Africans who believe that you'll just destroy the economy. How can a government that is already failing to do basics try to go and manage business, for example? So it's different people, belief systems. We're all divided when it comes to such things. And you get leaders that are just charming by nature. Others do not need to talk tough. Like the former president, he's a people's person. People just love him, even though he has a lot of corruption scandals. People are accusing him. You know that man, when he starts singing in a stadium, because he can sing, he doesn't have to talk tough. But when he starts singing, people just start chanting. He knows how to, and he's just a likable person naturally. Besides political stuff. So leaders are different.
Dance, but I don't know one who can sing. Okay.
That one can sing, especially struggle songs, because in our politics we have struggle songs. When we're under oppression, there's struggle songs that were created just to keep the morale. That's why in South Africa, for everything people sing, that's why even music is big. My pianos, a lot of things. Even prior to my pianos, there's other music genres that went throughout the whole continent. So wedding singing, funeral singing, party singing, anything, there's a singing, there's a dancing. So even traditionally we have that. I guess that also comes from our forefathers, not something that we just inherited somewhere down the line. It's something that comes from way, way, way back. So you get those leaders that they don't need to talk tough, but they have that charm with them. They don't have to do hard. When even Mandela, if you look at Nelson Mandela, he was just naturally something that God had just placed on him. People just love the man. That's why some people get jealous now, like, that man sold out. He was too charming, because everyone wanted to be with this man. What can you do? And other leaders are trying so hard to be loved by many leaders, and they are failing. And when they see such leaders who don't even try, who don't even make calls to say, President of America, I want to come there. The President of America calls him to say, come visit my country. The Queen of England say, come visit my country. Other leaders have to suck up and try to make things for them to be called to those nations. So there are people who are just like that, God has just put something on them. You can't take that thing from them. So when you have such leaders, you got leaders that talk tough, they can speak tough. And we've seen leaders like Samora Machel. We've seen other leaders of the past who were tough like that, who can galvanize a lot of Africans to take up arms and to fight for their own freedoms. And you get other charming leaders like the late President Julius Nyerere as well. The intellectual, when you listen to him, you get charmed by him just talking as well. And the knowledge that you listen to him, So you get other leaders, different leaders come with different packages, but it does not take away the fact that as people, we have to choose somebody at the end of the day. So, yeah. But yeah, the bad apples, I think we all need to speak to them and also show them the other side that we believe in, because I think we can engage and teach each other about each other, and also show them that, hey, there's other ways to do it. That's why, as I said, I don't believe in the way they do it. Yes, they're raising good questions and good topics, but as a nation, we need to say, okay, how can we do this in such a way that you do not affect or destroy other people's property? You still need to be within the laws. You still need to engage those people. Those people didn't just bring themselves here. You understand? Why don't you engage the government first before you even engage those people? That's my thinking. You cannot engage somebody on the street. Rather, go engage your government and say, how did you let this happen? Engage your government. Then when your government is failing, then you can say, I want to engage this community. We want to have meetings with them. We want them to do things the right way. Show them the right way. Don't just say, hey, you're legal. Why did you start a business here? Where's your papers? Help them to get the papers if you say they are illegal, for example. Help them to start those businesses legally then. That will be me, Mendatezi, since you asked me earlier. And we need to the bad apples. Let's look at the good apples, as we say that 1%, Tenzin. The 1%. How do we deal with them? We need to also be harsh sometimes. If it's illegal, if it's wrong, something that is wrong, guys. We should not also encourage wrong things all in the name of, we'll say we are all Africans. If something is wrong, we need to really deal with that, and people need to really account for the wrong things that they're doing. You understand? If it's killing people, if it's raping people, that's basically wrong. We're not going to tolerate such and say, he's an African, feel for him, he's hungry. Come on, guys. Some of things, it's not an excuse to do wrong and come and say, in the name of Africa. Don't come in the name of Africa. If you're wrong, you're wrong. You need to account for your wrong actions. Because I think some people are going to they're coming to, when they're in trouble, they want to be Pan-Africanist. But, we are all Africans. Hey, no. If something is wrong, it's wrong. If you're doing wrong, you're killing people, you're raping people, you're robbing people of their hard-earned money, that's wrong. You need to go to jail. That other stuff about you being illegal, we'll deal with that. But for this crime, you need to account for that crime. Any country, we need to take action.
Absolutely. I can't disagree.
Exactly. And also, I think our governments need to engage one another. I think our governments sometimes are failing to engage one another in Africa. And we need to engage. We do not have to be afraid of any country. As Africans, we need to engage and say, South Africa, government, the people of South Africa, we are hearing bad stories about you being xenophobic. What is wrong? How can we also improve that? That we are not there to destroy your country. And South Africans, why are you acting this way? We need to ask, as Mendatezi engaged me and asked me, Nati as well, he engaged me, you understand? And I managed to answer the way I think I can best answer. I can't answer for everyone, obviously. And if it's Nigeria with these other things that is Nigeria, same thing. If it's Ethiopia, if there's any other wrong things that Ethiopians are doing that other Ethiopians do not like or believe that it represents them well, and it also affects other Africans as well, we need to engage Ethiopia and say, Ethiopia, you're doing X, Y, Z. How can we help you? If we're doing something that makes you end up doing this way, how can we improve on ourselves as well? Because we should not come just to say, you are doing this. We also need to say, if it's something on our side that we can help, we're willing to help. If it's something we need to change from our side for you to behave well, let's do that, I think most countries are failing to engage one another because maybe people are scared of being called, people are scared to be interrogated. When people interrogate them, sometimes they feel that, hey, they're on the defensive, this one doesn't like me. Sometimes they engage you to understand. It's not there for the bad reasons. So I think as Africans, we need to be open. We need to engage Egypt as well to say, Egypt, hey, 1, 2, 3, we're not happy with the people or the decision of your government. What is wrong? What is the general feel? How should government X and government Y meet together to resolve their issues? So all these things we all have some form of issue that we need to deal with, and we're not going to run away from those things. We need to be honest with that, and we need to speak about them. We need to openly, some of the things when we openly talk about them, it becomes easy. But when we try to hide and say, hey, I hope they don't ask those things about my country. Hey, no, let's hide. Those things are not important. It's our country. We'll resolve them. That's where people sometimes end up just repeating the same mistake because sometimes they're not opening up so that other people can know, why is this happening? You understand? Why is this happening? And how can we help? If we are at wrong, how can we improve as people? You understand? If we open those channels and talk openly, even on these platforms, and not try to sugarcoat everything, one Africa, every time. And we should always be aware that we will not agree about everything. That's one thing, the sad reality, not so sad reality, but the reality of life is that we will not agree on anything every time as Africans. You understand? We'll always see things differently at times, but it should not be an issue that we need to hate one another, we need to cut each other off. There's other two, maybe we might disagree on this issue, but agree on 3 other issues. Like Jonathan, we don't agree, Nati, we don't agree on certain things, how maybe I have responded. He doesn't maybe he feels that my analysis is not enough for him, but we agree on other things. But it's not for me to say, Nati, I'm not going to speak to Nati anymore. He's like this. He doesn't listen to me. He doesn't. No, that's mature now. Come on. We're all. I've been talking. Tanzan, your floor is yours.
Oh, yes. Very well said. You are a true diplomat. Nobody can get you, corner you. But earlier you said something about I think let me get back to your analogy, because I like analogies. Is like it's a good way of saying something so we don't look at each other in a bad way. Because when you argue with somebody, you can look at somebody as, your enemy, your competitor, your brother, your associate. So how you disagree with them is also very important. So if we look at, let's say, the locals who you are there and you've grown up there, and you see somebody else coming from another place, and all of a sudden, like you said, they come in riding a bicycle, and a few years later, they're driving a car, while, you are still working, trying to get a bicycle. So when we look at these disagreements with each other, we have to look at both sides as, we are in brothers who are having a disagreement. We are not, enemies who are fighting, and every side needs to get heard, even the side that at that time seems to be, sort of the bad side. Not that I'm saying one is bad and so on, but I'm just saying when you come and then you see somebody beating up on somebody, in your mind, you'll automatically, feel bad for the person who's being beaten. And that's just human nature. You feel bad for them, or this bad person. And I'm not saying that one way or another, but you don't know, especially let's say two men are fighting. You don't know what happened. You don't know if somebody insulted somebody else's, mother or sister, whatever. So until you know what the problem is, you have to understand first. So when it comes to these situations where we find ourselves, in conflict with each other, even, tribal differences in every country, every side has valid points, and every side has, areas that they are blind to. Let's just say that. So for me, when I look at, we've been talking about, SA all this time, but when I look at, them, I don't want to vilify, one side of another. I want to understand what both sides are thinking and feeling, and why they would feel that way. Because I can understand why somebody, if they come, they are different from you, and yet they're succeeding where you're not failing. What we have to get people to understand is this person, your cousin, it did not come to to your country, to take something from you. He came because he could not get what he wanted where he was. Very few people voluntarily leave, their places where they were born to go somewhere else. And if they go, they usually go with an aim of returning. So it takes a lot for somebody to just leave their home and say, I am never coming back, and this is my new home. So, let's be understanding about that, in the first place. And also, let's be understanding that if somebody comes to your home, you should also be a good guest. You should also understand that things were going on before you came here, and things were put into place. And the reason why you can come here is because these people, built these things and created these infrastructures for you. So it also, one should be a good guest as well as a good host. So when it comes to this whole thing about jobs, this is not a trivial issue, because this is the difference between feeding your family and so on. So it's a real problem. So what I said is, don't look at somebody, succeeding. So, somebody who looks like you succeeding, and you look at them like, oh, they took something from me. I think how we should look at it as they came, they learned something. And if they learned something from me, that's good. And I want to learn that the same from them, and learn how, they got to where they are. So I can use the advantages that I have to, to go. The worst that we can look at each other, which is also a good thing, is as competition. Now, when you're competing with somebody, you're trying to be the best that you can be, but you're also trying to see, what they're doing that you can do better. Pepsi and Coca-Cola, if one person has this campaign, the other person also has a different celebrity and so on and so forth. So you're not just comfortable with who you are. You look at somebody else coming in, somebody from your family coming in and making you better, instead of, trying to take something from you. So I think that mentality, if we have that mentality towards each other, that might be, a step towards sort of resolving some of these conflicts. Yes. That's it.
Wow. Nati is engaging. Yeah, I wish Nati tonight can join us. Even Jonathan, it'll be nice to hear them. And here's and Tanzan. Since you are still here, I had placed this comment from Nati. Says, I have a problem with this 1% who came up with this.
Yeah. I think Nati
Tell him I was trying to be diplomatic like you.
Hey. Nati has actually challenged me to look at the statistics, man. And my brother Ezra, these things are not good, man.
So I had to just show there's Nati is very analytical, guys. He's a numbers man. So when you put numbers, back them up, Tenzin, next time back them up. I know you're saying you're being diplomatic, trying to just put a fear there, but hey, analytical mind won't stop. We'll have to
hopeful statistics.
Yeah.
Yes. So it might be more than that, but I'll leave it to that so I don't offend any more people than I have to.
No, I doubt if I'm sure, family, you are not being offended by maybe our answers and our talk. And if you've got a different view, they need to come and join us. We are not saying we are right. We are not saying we know better than everyone, but engage us in your own way. If you have any knowledge, or you've got something that you want to contribute, or you think there's a certain part that we are leaving out, log in. I've just shared the link. They're more than welcome to join us. So I doubt if we've offended them, but if you've offended you, or you don't agree with us, we are not here to say agree with our points. It's good that you don't agree with us at times, because we also want to hear the other points, So yeah, so no one, I hope no one is offended. And if you're offended, come up with something, come up with a solution. As we need to be honest, we need to come with action. Part of the slogan for this year is love in action, faith in action, all those actions. We need to come up with action. If you're raising an issue about your country or any matter, have something that you can say, I'm suggesting we do this. Yeah. I was hoping this will be done, because we end up having just people we end up having platforms where people are just there to come and complain. Oh, this one. This one is. Then we never solve anything. We never stimulate our minds to anything,
Please tell Natnal that he's not being a pain in the neck. Everybody has their way of putting things. Some people are going to be blunt about it. Some people are going to be persistent. But no, as long as everybody is respectful, nobody's being a pain.
Yeah, I think so as well. I mean, I hope maybe we didn't offend anyone. It was just examples, family. And if you think our examples are needs correction, we are open to correction.
By all means.
We are, there's no correction. We've closed the book. Accept it. Is the truth. No, we are not like that, family. So it's just examples. The 1% was just an example. So
yeah.
So, and Nati, you're not being a pain. You're not saying you're not being a pain. We love you guys. It's good that we're engaging like this. Unlike, we don't want all the yes people to say, One Africa, yes, you everything correct. No, we don't want those people every time. But if you have a different view,
my brother, My brother, Pastor, you have, but you have still. I think the problem here, maybe it's not a problem, but I have noticed that you have yet to admit that xenophobia is an issue in South Africa.
And I've never said it's not an issue. Hence, I've always accepted that it is an issue that needs to be dealt with. Hence, I never said xenophobia is not an issue. I never said xenophobia is not an issue. If it was not an issue, I would have not even used that word. I was not going to say xenophobia. I would have been diplomatic like you, Mendelssohn. You know. So I said it as it is. I didn't really run away from it. It is an
Yeah,
issue.
yeah. But you see now, I think now let's, because now I think that's the first step of solving. They say the first step of solving an issue is admitting it's an issue. Yeah. So now that we have admitted that xenophobia is an issue, that indeed South Africans are having, there is an issue in the South African society, that there is a movement of xenophobia.
Hmm. There
How
is. I mean,
do how,
even
let
even
us
racism, even racism, it is there.
yeah,
Even
even racism.
tribalism, it is
Yes,
there.
now you see, now
There's
this is
more.
where things, this is where the things go wrong here, my brother. We are talking about
Yeah.
xenophobia. You have pushed us to racism. You're pushing us to, well, but there is only 99% of South Africans who are doing good. Ignore these ones. But now these ones, let us talk about these ones. Let us talk about the xenophobia problem in South Africa.
Hmm.
Let us zoom in on this issue of
Yeah, let's
xenophobia.
zoom in. Let's zoom in. Let's zoom in. And if
SA
there's
on the
questions people
stand.
need to ask, and then from my side, and I'm not the only one. I think there's other people who can even maybe if the South Africans here, I'm not saying they're gonna answer the same way I answer. They've got their own way to think. If there's any South Africans who wanna come in, join the issue. And what do you think of xenophobia? And you must understand, as much as it's an issue, there's South Africans who find it offensive when people call South Africa xenophobic. That was
Yeah,
the
yeah,
issue I was
yeah,
addressing.
yeah, yeah.
You
But
understand?
but here we are being brutally honest. We know,
Mm,
yeah. So what I was asking now, since now let us we are zooming in on the issue of South African xenophobia.
mm.
Can we ask, because when we Jonathan wants to speak, when we talk about xenophobia in South Africa.
Tanzania. Yeah,
Let,
sorry.
let, 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 let me express my point. Let me express my point.
Mm,
That what is this? What causes this xenophobia? Because even right now, when you were talking, when they say, "Hey, put that analogy of my parents in the house, these children need to be fed or something," there is xenophobic undertones. That, in fact, that analogy could be called by somebody else xenophobic, because, like, yo, so we are supposed to be second class citizens here or what? Because we also have rights. We also need our rights here because we are also in the country. What do you think this problem is coming from? Because it's like as if there is a mentality of scarcity. That is just one of my contributions, that maybe the mentality of scarcity is really the one of the issues here, that you just spoken, that there's limited resources. you know so I'm wondering, what is your perspective, that this is that is causing a lot of xenophobia in South Africa. Let's talk. Let's zoom in. Let's speak to the topic. Let's say the topic is now
let's zoom
xenophobia in
in.
South Africa.
Let's zoom in. I think you've kind of touched on the answer, and it's in that question. Maybe I don't know how you analyze it, but scarcity is one of them. Looking at the fact that economically there is high unemployment in the country. That's a fact. It's not something people are just saying. That's a fact. Even it comes from the statistics from the government. It's not something that is just so there is the scarcity thing, as you said. Unemployment is one of them. Obviously, also as we mentioned, one of the issues that South Africa is one of it is the most unequal society in the world, not in Africa, in the world, right? You've got the haves, which is a minority, and they have not, which is the majority. You understand? And also, you have the thing of classes in the country. Most people who are affected mostly by so-called jobs and stuff are mostly the people who are in the lower end of society in South Africa, right? So that's one of the another issue in terms of where is it most affect where is it mostly happening, this issue of what causes these things. It's scarcity, yes, of unemployment. For example, if you're in a country where you've got like 30% unemployment, and other statistics even take it to even almost 40%, of which majority is the youth of the country who are unemployed. And for some people, when they're seeing, okay, somebody came from another country, this is just an analogy, come from another country, he's here now, and he's working in a company in that country, in their home country, and they are not working. For some people, they just look at it in face value. They don't even look at the logistics or the part that how did business, how was that person employed in that job. Maybe they are competent, maybe they came with experience and you don't have that experience that person came with in this country. Or maybe they have a skill that you don't have. Maybe this person can cook something that you cannot cook if it's somebody who works in a restaurant, for example. So there's a lot of factors. It's not just one thing to say, no, people in South Africa just see foreigners are coming in their country, then they started becoming xenophobic. That's that's not an analysis. That's not where it starts. The genesis of this thing is mostly because of resources. You've touched on a scarcity. Yes, scarcity of resources in terms of service delivery. When I talk about service delivery, I'm talking about water, electricity, and other basic necessities, especially for the poor people who are coming from either migrating from small towns or villages to the either big towns or cities in the country. And again, those people now have to compete with other people also who are coming from other places in the same country, and also have to compete with other people who might be coming from other nations. Like you made an example of China. China, we can't use China as an example of building a nation, because Chinese, they use their rural people to build most of the sectors. The cheap labor came from rural China in most instances. So sticking to South Africa now, these are the issues: scarcity, yes, of resources. And it's not just jobs only, but even basic services in terms of water, electricity, housing is also another issue, by the way, besides unemployment. This is just me opening now the country in terms of what are the things that people are fighting for. And there's also free housing schemes that comes from government. Government, the intentions was good, but the implementation for me was not really done right. Right? So that's just another issue. Unemployment, scarcity, and people do not view certain things, as I said, like how other people came in the country. And sometimes when they are seeing other people who are doing, there are people who are coming from other nations who are doing wrong things. And that's a fact. Whether you agree or don't, there is a fact that there are people who do wrong things in the country. And other South Africans are not happy with that fact that there are people who do wrong things in the country. Another thing is also like the law, following the laws now, just basic laws, registering business, whatever you have to do. South Africans, some society, they say if people are not here legally, they must go home. That's where the xenophobic part comes in. Other people are saying, these people are here. What do we do now with these people? People like myself who say we cannot chase maybe 10 million people and say, go home. How do you do that? I mean, it's crazy. I mean, you need to really make sure that you can, these people are already contributing in your country, something positive. It's not all negative all the time. So those who are contributing positively, how can we absorb them? How can we make sure that since there's a section of society that says we don't want illegal people in the country, how do you make sure that they are legal in your country? They have permits to do business. They've got permit to study. They got permit to work, because you need all those things. How do you do those things? The government needs to come to the party and say, this is a situation and we're being pressed by our sector of society that's been doing this. And others resorted, when they started the xenophobic attacks, they were saying they must leave. That was the reason why they were beating people and say they must leave. So as a government, you've seen this thing has repeated itself more than once. what are you doing as a society, as government? You understand? That's where the government needs to be playing a big role, and they're not doing that at the moment. Hence, you start seeing this Operation Dudula stuff, people going, interrogating people. Are you legal? Do you have paperwork? They're not doing the work of the government, and they're just normal society. While they was, for me, I said they were supposed to go and approach the government and say, government, what is your program? How far? What are your targets? When are you going to make sure that all the people are legal in the country, because it is affecting you as well and your resources as well, and even our resources as a community, because we have to share with these people. You understand? Hence, when I made the analogy of a home, that's what I'm saying. When reality is, if you have 5 kids in your home and you've got 2 kids of your brother, let's say, God forbid, your brother passes away and you have to take care of those kids. 1 or 2 of your kids, there will always be somebody who's going to complain in the house that, oh, those kids eat too much. Oh, those kids are doing this. Oh, those kids are loud. My sister Tenzin said something about, other people. But anyway, so it's about that. You'll always have some people who's going to complain about something. It might not be all your kids complaining, but as a father, you need to come to the party and say, my kids, even the ones here, let's talk how we can make sure that in this house we can live peacefully. I don't want you fighting. I don't want you beating one another. I don't want this one fighting this one. I want you guys to live in this house peacefully. If you want something, talk to me. I will provide you as a father. You understand? So currently what's happening is like the father is not doing anything. There's somebody who's complaining and say, this is what's happening. And he keeps on beating your brother's kids. And you are quiet. You go and say, no, guys, don't fight. You keep quiet. You cannot resolve such matters like that. You need to really put those people on the table and say, I want you to do this in my house. This is going to be the rule. I'm going to make sure that I support you in this way. I'm going to make sure that I get you another bed so that you don't kick your other ones there in the bed. Things like that. You need to come up with solutions. But if you're not coming with solutions, the kids are keep on fighting in the house. So this is what's happening. If I may use that analogy again to say, this is what's happening in the house. There's an issue of the kids are not getting along fully. That's other kid who's complaining about the other kids. There are those who don't have a problem. They are fine with the other kids, but there's somebody in the house who's complaining that he's not happy with this. You understand? I don't know if I answered you or you want me to elaborate more.
My brother, you have delivered a very strong sermon. Very, very.
I told you can't corner him.
I think being off the last few, I don't know, you have not been doing live for a while. You must have gotten a lot of energy, all of you. So I see this is a whole another level of Ezra that I'm meeting today. Yeah, no, I was just gonna say, like Montez, you always say talking about, staff. What is it? You always say about sleeping? It's resting or whatever. Tactical. Yeah, I think he had a major one there because he came back. I've never seen Ezra with this much energy, so I'm glad that you have that. All of you, actually, really. But so listen, I think what you guys are talking about is important. I think in general, people migrate for 3 reasons, right? The number 1 reason is economic. Always, it is the number 1 reason people move from one place to another. The second is usually political and social or whatever. And the third is obviously tends to be more religious based. Africans have been migrating outside. And I think I jokingly said to you, South Africa should be kind of like, ooh, we're like the US of Africa because everyone is coming to you. Maybe, I don't know. But the people go where they economically can benefit the most for themselves and for their families. It's shocking to me because a lot of Africans, even from the East, find their way. I mean, of course, everybody talks about to Europe and everything, but even to the US, I have family and friends, and we can see that as far as from East Africa, they will make their way to West Africa, to South America, and find their way on the border of the US and Mexico, right? So people are going to migrate. it's always economical. But so I think for me, I know that we've been talking about the situation, the xenophobia once people get there, but we're not even questioning why are people migrating. Because if we can find solutions locally to make sure people don't have to move around that desperately, maybe we don't have to deal with the whole this other issue that we're all talking about. As far as South Africa, I understand what Nati was saying, and I understand what you were saying too, Ezra, because sometimes all the stuff that goes out there might be propaganda or whatever you want to call it. But I remember a couple of years back, and it wasn't a serious, violent issue in certain areas. A lot of the African migrants that work in South Africa, they're not necessarily just working; they're business owners, right? They're in communities that are being felt like, okay, why are you here owning these businesses? We're not. I mean, there is this kind of things that happen in communities. Sometimes when we think about xenophobia, sometimes we're blaming others before we blame the government that we're in not to do their jobs, which is provide. I'll give you a great example of the United States. They're not mad about Latin American, Mexicans or Salvadorians coming into America because they're not taking jobs in the coal industry where a lot of people have lost their jobs in the United States, or in manufacturing, where the United States companies have decided to manufacture outside, so they lost their jobs. It has nothing to do with people coming in from Latin America to do the jobs that Americans are not willing to do. Like, I mean, the whole entire United States economic system will collapse if there was not, to a certain amount, illegal immigration, because they're willing to do those jobs for cheaper labor. But even the ones that are legal, they're doing jobs because they might not speak English well or whatever. They're the ones that are packing the meats in the meat packing district, right? I remember in Minnesota, I knew that there were a lot of Somalis in Minnesota, but when COVID hit, I mean, they got hit hard because they're legally here. These are migrants that are working, legal immigrants, I should say, predominantly Somalis and other Africans that were predominantly working in those meatpacking districts in the Midwest when they were getting hit as ridiculous during COVID, in the early stages of COVID and all of that. So we have to kind of think of the whole entire thing in a different way. The xenophobia happens because of the failure of governments locally. It has nothing to do with people coming in. To a certain extent, yes, we have to protect our local economies and all of that, but I think we need to look inside. And, I think Mendwetizi, you were talking about Kibera earlier, and it's the same thing, and I had mentioned that in the comments. That's also, like, there is no reason for an area like that to exist if the government had affordable housing for people like that legalizes them, because those are illegal land, is what Kibera is. It's not a legal land. So legalizing them will probably help those people also take care of them, because it's an asset, right? There's so many ways that we can, policy-wise, we can change so we could address these issues. But before we even talk about xenophobia, we should talk about what we're doing wrong locally in our own governments that people have to leave. War, I can understand, but economic conditions are things that we can address. So the xenophobia, I don't blame. If your government is failing, it's easy to blame somebody else, somebody outside. And it's not a new thing for Africa. It's not a new thing for the United States. It's not a new thing for Europe. Look at Brexit, right? So why did Brexit happen? Because they blamed all these East European people coming in and taking their jobs, but they're taking the jobs that the own people will not do. It has nothing to do with that. It was something else, right? So that is one thing I just want to say. So before we even talk about xenophobia, let's talk about what are we doing wrong locally that people even have to leave. And then once they are there, like you had just said, Ezra, right before I got on, like, okay, there's like all these people. What are you going to do? Kick them out? You can't, because it will completely collapse the economy, right? So you have to take them out of the shadow, give them legal status, the way that the United States has been talking about for years. And they've done it several times. They did it in the 80s, right? And once they have status, I mean, it only completely changes everything. So now they're paying legal taxes. Of course, they're already paying sales taxes, but now income tax and all of that. So it benefits the local government as well. So there are policies that South Africa can do, because South Africa tends to be the economic migration point for most Africans. Africans that go into Kenya are going there because of war. It's not necessarily about um, of economic reasons. And I'm not saying that is not partially, but predominantly it's because of stuff that's happening in South Sudan and in some points with Ethiopia at some point as well. So I think that that's the way we should refocus and re-question the question instead of worrying about and talking about constantly about how South Africans are treating other Africans. We should talk about maybe South Africa is failing in taking care of these issues locally for their own people, the same way Ethiopia may be failing as people, so that's why they migrate there, and so Kenyans or Zimbabwe or what have you. So I just want to kind of refocus it, if that makes sense.
I think you answered one of the questions. One of the things that on Mwendatezi, what he was asking, when I said service delivery, what we talking about, the basic water, electricity, those are the basic that the poor people need in the country. So those are the things that where the government is failing. Even housing, even affordable housing, besides just the free housing that the government program has, because some of the things were meant to address the issues and the inequalities of what the current government took over. I mean, they inherited a government that was already unequal based on race, and now having to build and try to make sure that everyone in society plays their role. It's one of the biggest challenges they had to deal with. And also, you must understand that South Africa is a bit different from many other countries, Namibia as well, even Zimbabwe as well, because those were mostly settler colonies where the majority Black Africans were not included in the economic systems when they were built. They were meant to just be the labor. You don't answer, you don't ask, but you are the labor of the land. You understand? So that's why sometimes when you deal with some countries, you need to go through their history, as Jonathan says. Sometimes look at the background of each country, why certain things are where they are at the moment. You understand? So whereby you have to realize that the government had a lot of challenges and has done so much. I must say, I must not say the government didn't do anything since '94. They've been in power for 20 something, 28 years or so, 27 years, I think, 28 years. So it's they've done so many things, they've achieved so many things, but so much was done because 80% of the population, which is majority Africans, were not in many positions in the decision making what do you call this, positions in the government or even in society. They were the ones on the lower ends every time we have to pick up and clean the country and make sure that the country runs, but then they were not the decision makers. But the government had to readdress so many things. Electricity, if you look at one of the things that I always applaud the government that is currently in South Africa, the ANC, is electricity, especially rural South Africa has electricity. It's rare where you'll find even a village that doesn't have electricity in South Africa. The only places where you won't find electricity is probably what we talked about, like informal settlements. Until an informal settlement becomes recognized by the government, and if people have settled in a private land, government must buy the land first and then now give it to the people. Then they can erect electricity and water. So they've had a lot of challenges where they had to start from scratch. And for me, I do believe that they have done so much, and so much was not done as well. And me trying to be fair, because I know some South Africans will say they haven't done anything since they came, they just enriched themselves and fear of their bodies and whatnot, you know. Fine, there are mistakes that have been done, but I believe that so much has been done and so much have not been done. A lot of things under this Black government have been done that for Black people that they didn't have access to before. So sometimes when you look at South Africa, it's not a country that you can just say it's, and also they come from we come from a background where people have been conscientized so much about race, culture, class, and all those things. People in South Africa, people will see you quickly. They can pick you up from which class you fall into when you're among them, because part of our history, we've gone through all those phases. Maybe in other countries, not so much. Hence, in South Africa, as I said earlier, that you can go to any place, you can see who lives here. You can see if it's a middle class area. You can see the services there, how they run. You can see if it's a lot of poor people who live in that area. You'll just see if you go to any place, you can see the classes. Those are the things that also divide the nation as a country. And those are the things sometimes, even people sometimes clash because of different classes, because you come from another economic class. Maybe you think all is well and all is going well in the country because you are doing well, maybe. But for somebody else might say, nah, South Africa is bad for me. I'm South African, but it's bad for me. But someone might say, everything is good for me. I'm living like a king. You understand? So we've got those things, and they also divide people because we all come from, our realities are not the same as people. So looking at what Jonathan said,
I
all
absolutely agree.
and all this what you said about in Europe, even in America, they're struggling with the same challenges. Look at America, the big nation, biggest economy in the world. They start struggling to even fix that issue with the immigration. I mean, look at when under President Trump, what happened? He wanted to build a wall. He built a wall, but did it help? No, it didn't help. Why? Those are the things that government needs to be really taking them seriously, to assist and make sure that, hey, we've got these people, they are working hard, they are willing to obey the law. How can we make sure they are part of the society since they are already here? And there's no way America can chase all the hardworking people from Latin America. South Africa, same, they can't. And they are not playing. That's why government will never come up with a policy to say foreigners or people from this country must go home. No, they know the importance of having a society. And most societies that have progressed so much is societies that have embraced people from different places. As a country, we're a diverse country, besides the fact that there's a lot of people. So every African is in South Africa. And that makes it a great country because you've got different minds, different ideas from different people from all over the world. What makes America great is people from different places of the world make America great, because you've got people with different minds, different ideas. They come in to make America great. That's what's holding America now even on top. And if you look at countries that have always been monolithic, or that just stuck to just their people only, most of them now, they are stagnating. Places like Japan is one of them. As much as they are advanced in technology and whatnot, but they have an
South
aging
Korea.
population. China, same thing. But if you look at all look at UK. What makes UK still stand strong is variety. There's the diversity of people that are coming and contributing to those nations and keeping those nations afloat. Germany, all those nations, that's what keeps them alive. It's people from different places coming. And as a country, we know that we call ourselves a rainbow nation. Our founding fathers said we are a rainbow nation because we have people from all over the world, people from different races, color schemes, cultures, and we've embraced that. We've embraced that as society. Even our government has embraced that in their society. Hence, even all the languages in the country are official. They're not put aside. They are all official. Even though there is some people, some community from the Khoi people who say their languages have not been recognized. It's another topic that they need to have and include them in those official languages. Even though some people say, hey, you guys have small groups and you have so many languages, so many cliques and dialects. Hence, no one, and there's no formal things that have been written regarding those languages. But it's a time and opportunity for them to do those things, to add them to those things, you know. So I think as a diverse country, we're a diverse country, and we are also trying to figure out things. Remember, pre-94, South Africa was divided. South Africa, you lived according to your tribe, especially if you live what we call black township or townships in South Africa. People lived according to your tribe. If I'm Zulu, I'm living in an area where, even though we live in the same area, but this section will only be Zulu people. That section will only be Sotho speaking. There will be Tswana people, but we are living, we share common transport, but where I stay, I have to be with my people. That's how the government had made it in such a way that we've been divided so long. And it's the first time West Africans now have to, for this, since 94, now we have to meet with even more people that we were not used to seeing on a day-to-day basis. You understand? So now people have to now share everything, be together, and we are learning to live in a diverse country. And as I said, Mendatezi, and you and Tenzin, and even to you, Jonathan, a lot of Africans are still going to go through what we are going through. And I hope we are learning now how diversity, as much as yes, people might say we've already diverse in our country. Wait until more people diverse outside your own diversity start coming, and how do you learn to live with them in your own house? That's why I made the analogy of a family. It's about learning how to live with other people who've come to live with you in your, who sharing the resources with you. So
I
today,
think
what's
that
happening
is
in South
where the
Africa,
family.
I hope a lot of African countries are learning and make sure that they don't repeat the same mistakes that we are going through and trying to find ourselves as a country. But I'll
I
close
think
it there for now. You guys
I think
can have
that is
the
from
platform.
I'm sorry, I'm just going to jump in. Whenever we're talking about this whole situation with Philly and South Africa and all of that, let's not forget it's only really happening in these what we traditionally were these townships. They're not happening in these big cities or whatever. So I mean, the history. That's why I totally agree with you. You know, sometimes we have to think about the history of South Africa itself before we even understand why the reaction from the locals is the reaction that it is. And I am in no way a specialist in South African history, but I have studied enough to know about the townships, and a lot of these occurrences are happening in those townships. And it is, and I'll go back to the whole entire thing to say that they need to start.
Sorry to cut you there, Jonathan. There's this feed, man. What's happening there? Can you maybe adjust your microphone or something, please? There's this feed and noise. Can you just try to adjust?
Let me fix that. I'll fix that and I'll come back. I'm sorry.
Okay. Okay.
Have you seen Nat Nile's message in the private?
Yeah, but it's not in. I'm still saying devices not connected. I don't know if you guys can see that. He's more than welcome, but he's Nati. You are in, but on the stream it says device not connected. There's no, once your device says connected, then I can add you to the stream. Currently, I can't add you to the stream because of your network. Probably it says device is not connected. I don't know if some of you guys can see who are in the stream now, where under his profile it says device is not connected, meaning you either having a network issue or maybe you are in a call or something. But that's what's happening. You can post, but then you're not connected. You're not fully in, meaning your microphone didn't pick up your microphone or your video once you were joining the stream. Hence says device is not connected, and I can't add you if no audio or video is enabled on your side.
Okay, so hopefully you can hear me better now, no?
Yeah, much better.
Anyway, no, I was just saying I completely agree with you. Sometimes, you know, we always have to think about the history of the local situation. A lot of the issues when we're talking about xenophobia in South Africa, whatever, they're happening in the townships, well, what traditionally were called townships, and there's already issues that exist. So I agree on that. It's very difficult you can't blame people because they're also coming at it in a different perspective, right, at the local level. So that's what I was trying to say. I hope that Nati's been trying to come in, and he's been saying quite a lot, and I can't wait to hear what he has to say. But no, I agree with you. You know, right now I'm kind of reading through your constitution inside and out because I'm not a constitutionist or whatever, but South African constitution is supposed to be the best constitution on earth. So I'm trying to understand things in South Africa. I'm talking about the current constitution, right? But how much that
I think you mistaken with the Kenyan constitution.
Oh, really? Of course you would say that.
No.
No, he's right. Yeah. Ours is the best.
Really? Okay, so maybe I need to. You're our neighbor. You're our immediate neighbors. I don't know. Oh, so now we're gonna have this argument. No, I don't want to be caught in the middle here, but
you can fact check it. You can just go Google it.
Really? Okay.
Anything right there. I just
okay, so,
so
I will definitely have to read George as well. So I'm kind of going through all of it. Maybe it's perhaps because of what compared to Kenya, South Africa came out of like a complete different reality. You know, I mean, completely different reality. So maybe that's what I understood. But okay, Kenya, I see. Do you see how they ganged up on me, Ezra?
We win.
I was like, okay, all right. I see what's happening
and look,
here.
we didn't even have to be loud. We're just
They'll quickly
nice.
correct you there, Jonathan. They'll
Ah, it's
quickly correct you.
funny. Okay,
So be
no, no,
careful.
okay, fine. I'll be careful. I see that I'm kind of, yeah. Nati, can you hurry up and come on? I need some,
Yeah, need
some
reinforcement.
backing. Yeah, I know. No, but anyway, Ezra, what I was saying is you're absolutely right. And again, of course, earlier I was just talking about migration and local and stuff, but the whole thing that happens once people get there, the behavior of the people also needs to be understood from the historical perspective of that country and their experiences and what they're going through, and not what they're going through, but what they've gone through before as well. So, um, no one is trying to give a, at least I'm not, to give South Africa a very hard time. But I will say, I think it was for the One Africa opening in Ethiopia with Mika. There was an Ethiopian pastor that is based out of South Africa that kind of talked about the xenophobia of Africans in South Africa, and I was like kind of surprised that I just thought it was something that had gone on. So it's not that it doesn't exist, but we need to understand from all perspectives, right? Not just for those that are there from outside, but also the perspective of the people from inside. And as far as I think governments really need to start this whole idea of informal settlements. Informal settlements actually are the basis of informal business activity, right? So without that, most communities or most countries would not exist. So they're kind of intertwined, whether it's townships back in the day and still today in South Africa, or even informal settlements and what we call slums in Ethiopia or other African countries, including in Egypt and others. There's a whole entire interconnected system of economic activity that is considered informal, which is illegal, right? So meaning they're not paying taxes, they're just, so, I mean, without that, we will not exist. So there's so many things that we need to address. So if maybe we do that locally and bring them into the legal system and give them the lands that they've already been in for generations, for example, in whether it's Kibera or whatever, or in Ethiopia, what we call informal settlements are kind of tricky because they're mostly owned by government housing, they call Kabele housing. But once we get them into the system, they could probably do better because now you have leverage to borrow money to open a business, for example, when you have property. There's so many things you can do as a government policy-wise. So I think those are the things that we hopefully as One Africa will have more conversations about, so that way people don't have to leave to begin with.
Very true, Jonathan. And as I said just now in my closing, and that's closing statement, I said I hope a lot of Africans are learning from South Africa from such experiences, because such things have a tendency of repeating themselves, especially in Africa. And some of the things in Africa are happening. What's happening in South Africa are happening in some African countries, but it's maybe quiet, maybe because of the media exposure in those countries. And in other countries, they might not use maybe the xenophobic word. They might just put it down and just shelf it somewhere else and not be exposed in the main media. But there is a lot of something similar to what has happened in South Africa, in other countries in the continent, but they've not been exposed or classified as xenophobia or Afrophobia or whatever phobia you want to use. You understand? And it's some of the things that we need to, when we are discussing such issues, that we discuss them in general and not just from one country as an example, but opening up more pillars to other countries, why other countries are not being, also they need to deal with some of those things in their countries, because they have a tendency of when a country maybe once dies down in one country, it might pick up in another country and might be even worse than in other countries. So these are the things that we need to really be honest with ourselves, since we talk about brutally be honest. And it is out there, and I hope many countries are opening up and will start learning from such things, as we are trying to learn from each other here, that most people need to learn from South Africa. what do you do when you're having more people coming as diverse as a new nation? Because we're not an old nation. Some people sometimes tend to also forget that. It's just maybe South Africa prop up quickly, and it had maybe popular leaders. Then it became sort of a mainstream type of country as well in the continent. But those are the things that we need to expose, and we need to learn from it, and we need to share information to say South Africa did it this way, they failed, this happened, so many people were killed. Country X, you are experiencing a lot of migration in your country. Be aware that this, and how are you going to deal with migration in your country? And as well, as you said, migration comes different things. Wars make people move, economics makes people move, education, opportunities, so many things that we can really put out there to say why people move. And the West obviously is war, as I think Tenzin or whoever said that most people do not choose, or it was on the comment, I kind of forgot, but somebody saying people do not just choose to leave their country. It's very hard for one to leave their country. You really need that push that will really make you move. You understand? So if you're moving out of opportunities, or you are forced because of war, those are the worst case scenarios where you are moved because of war. But as a country, we are open, we are showing these things, hence these things are in the news. If it was something else, if it was another government, they would have just kept this thing under wraps. They will have switched off their media and say, you cannot broadcast such a negative news in your on the continent, or even to the public. But we are producing this thing, the media houses, there's a lot of media houses here. They are producing the content, and they are not afraid to say it. Hence, we have the freedom to expose such things. And I hope, as I'm saying, that a lot of Africans be careful that tomorrow it's not you. Rather learn now certain things that are happening in other countries, because we are all going through urbanization, and urbanization is going to affect everyone. People are going to be moving from cities, and it's already happening. It's not something that's going to happen. It is happening, where people are moving from rural to urban, from country to country, opportunities that are driving them. And we are seeing a lot of countries that are growing well, I mean, economically. So if your economy is growing so much, you are bound to have a lot of people coming in. I mean, we are seeing the Chinese are here in Africa because they're seeing the growth of Africa. We are seeing the Indians are here. The Asians are here. I mean, the Bangladeshi, the Pakistanis are here as well. So we need to be aware that a lot of people are still coming to Africa. If we're thinking, other people will say, now, country X, there's a lot of people are coming from other nations and all that. Those people are coming in your nation as well. So we need to learn that when they are coming, what are we going to do? Are we going to be good hosts? Or and if there are things that are not good with our people who are coming in, how do we deal with such situations? How do we resolve our issues? Because people always have frictions now and then. There's no thing as people are always welcoming. As much as even a country that's most welcoming, they'll always have something against another people because of certain behavior, certain things. So how do we also remove stereotypes of each other as we are moving and learning from each other? You understand? So, but I'll go back to Mendatezi if he has something to add there.
Yeah, man. I'm sorry, man. I really, it has been a very good conversation. I've really enjoyed connecting with my you guys, my family here in One Africa. But now I might have to take my leave because it's a long day tomorrow, and as you say, you have to keep busy, and you also have to have your tactical sleep, so that you become productive. So
If it means you come back with this kind of energy
Let's talk
next
about
time, then
Kenya,
that's good.
Mendatezi. Let's talk about Kenya. Today you're not
no, no,
sleeping.
no, no, no. No. This time I can't compromise. This time I have to nini. But next time we'll talk about Kenya because we have the best constitution in Africa.
It is indeed. I mean, I'm also enjoying these topics, man, and I'm enjoying this, and I'm learning. The questions. Questions also help you, and when people talk, as I always say, when people talk, it helps you to think. You're like, oh, okay. You also start processing, and you don't talk just to answer, but you also try to analyze. Like, okay, you need to learn how when people are asking or talking to you. And guys, I really missed you. I really missed you as well. I must say, I really miss you guys. I wish, yeah, man, I really missed you as well. So, and I know everyone is making bread. Tenzin, and how's the dollars? Are we at 1 million yet?
If
$1
I was in
million?
Uganda, I would be a millionaire.
Jonathan, how's the bread? Is it growing? Is the dough growing?
You know
Yeah,
what?
I had some.
Honestly, I've managed to get a lot of my paperwork done the last in a way that you being off all the time is kind of helped getting me getting work done. If yeah, that's part of bread. So by the way, I really honestly, even if I don't jump in, because it's very difficult for all of us. Most of the time, like earlier, I was driving, and then before that, I was jogging. So I was excited to see you guys. And now I realize that we have to talk about the Constitution. We didn't even talk about Ukraine. I mean, there's so much stuff that we're not talking about that we do need to talk about. And perhaps, Ezra, you need to, like, it's like that long 5 mile run. You have to pass the baton. So if you cannot make it, and of course the other one cannot, that we can still have these conversations. Because there's a lot to be discussed, I have to admit. But nobody can host it as best as you do because you're the calm one. So I don't know.
Yeah, calm diplomacy.
Diplomatic,
You guys help me. You guys make me diplomatic,
Yeah, it's good that you are diplomatic so that others can be the devil's advocate in peace, Then
Yes.
I think
so. We definitely need a debate about the Constitution thing. I thought that was great because I always thought, well, I've been hearing, I should say, so since these Kenyans over here with Tanzania and one that tells you they're saying Kenya, maybe they can come and talk about their Constitution and why it is. That should be a session on its own.
Yeah.
Yes, we will come and defend the Constitution proudly.
Ethiopia is working on right now in amending, and I'm a kind of person that I prefer to just rip it all up and just create a new one that like South Africa did. I think that's what Ethiopia needs to do. Personally,
just copy ours. Just get ours and copy it.
Copy paste.
No, just here, Jonathan.
The photocopies are just here in River Road.
No, but I think it's good that we discuss it because that gives us as Ethiopians also some knowledge about what is good. Copy paste is kind of well. I mean, that sounds very ridiculous, but we can all learn something from each other. So whatever we get to learn from you guys, maybe we can put and pressure as Ethiopia is developing their new constitution or amending it or whatever to, and also from South Africa and others to do that. So I think it's a very important conversation to have.
Yes. I agree.
No.
Now I actually have to go and read it.
So you're defending it without even knowing what it says? Jeez.
Let me tell you something. The Kenyan constitution is strong, man. You can't. We need to come here and we need to have a fight against which constitution is the most progressive. Just I'm sure South African will hit us with the LGBTQ, but I think that's the only punch it can throw.
So what year was Kenyan Constitution written?
There's a lot that you guys are missing out on the Constitution. There's a lot of freedoms. There's a lot of things that are out there. But yeah, you were saying something, Jonathan. I'll talk after you.
No. I was just wondering what year the Kenyan Constitution that they're talking about was written. I'm just curious.
Yeah.
What year was it written?
2010.
Oh, it's pretty new.
Maybe after that.
Yeah.
I'm kidding.
It's very new, man. It's a very new. It's a new document. It's a very new and strong document.
Strong.
Very strong.
Yeah, strong.
No.
Yeah,
It's so
Ezra,
strong. It's so strong. It can't be changed.
I suggest, during your 24-hour session that's coming up, maybe you do a 2 hour, an hour. You probably need at least an hour, if not two. Let different countries' representatives come here and debate which constitution, or what
It's
can we learn
better.
from each other's constitution. Not which is better, but I think we can learn. We can take a little bit from everyone. I think better just kind of makes it, every model fits all. It doesn't, because every country is different. But I would love to learn what is good about one and the other. A constitution session, 24-hour session, SNN.
Wow,
Yeah.
yeah, that would be nice. Yeah, it's a great topic. That yeah, we should have this one. Yeah, man. Obviously, the person who's organizing the 24 hours is Biggie. He's the one with the schedules and stuff, the time slots and everything. Uh, Hopefully, we can speak to him whenever he comes in. Just today, he could not join us, but yeah, we should really get something along the lines of the Constitution, and even maybe one of the conversation during maybe somewhere during the week we can have something around the Constitution. I think it's going to be a long, obviously, debate, and yeah, and if I mean, as Kenya says now, this one is the strongest, progressive, and all that. I mean, I also believe that SA has one of the most progressive constitution, always being modified, up to date. Is not stuck in like colonial times. It was done in '96, but there's a lot of policy framework changes that have been going on, and yeah, so yeah, there's a lot of progressive. I think even Rwanda, we can have somebody from there. They look like they've got things figured out. Even Tanzania as well, they look like they've got things figured out and things are working. I
Tanzania
think
trying to change theirs.
trying to change theirs now. Wow. Okay. Yeah, I'm sure maybe
The
modifying.
Rwandan constitution is. I can tell you the Rwanda constitution right now. It's called Paul Kagame.
You want us to get into trouble, eh?
He has jokes. He has jokes.
It's true, though.
Yeah, but it looks progressive, even if it's named after the president. It's still progressive, though. He even mentioned the example. He said you can even open a business there, even here. So it's progressive. That's what we need in terms of constitution. Unlike a document where it's not working for the people, then it becomes useless, So if it's progressive, people can open business within few hours. That's a progressive constitution. And coming from Rwanda, Mauritius, Botswana, I know those are the countries that are good for business. They've really improved in terms of the time to start up a business. It's very quick in Rwanda, Mauritius, those countries. They've been really progressive when it comes to the business side of things. I don't know about other things of the constitution, but that's just one thing that I can mention about their constitution that is also progressive. And also, looking at their nation, how they've cleaned up their country, how they've united. It's another thing to unite people. It's a difficult task for you to unite people to have a common goal. It's really commendable for such a move.
Yeah, some constitutions, though, I don't think they're amendable. You just have to trash them and start a new one. It's so funny because I live in the United States, and the United States acts as if their constitution is like a Bible, and they're still talking about 1800s and certain things that are in there. These were slave owners, for God's sakes. In the original constitution, Black people were like a third of a human, for example, right? Just, I don't know. I am not into amending constitutions. Sometimes you just have to rip them up and start new. I think Rwanda did that. It was not an amended one. I think Ethiopia needs to figure its own out, but we can learn from Kenya. We can learn from South Africa. And, there are so many other people that come on here from different parts of Africa. And I think it would be an interesting conversation to have. I just before we all go, I just want to say about this xenophobia and all of that stuff. I think we all, as Africans, have our biases. We really need to work on that. If anything, that Ukraine should have just like literally bluntly showed you just a couple of weeks ago is at the end of the day, you are black, period. And we've already known this, right? So we need to really be careful about the xenophobia stuff that we go through. And I think, and when you had mentioned about some Nigerian that got strip searched in Ethiopia, I would personally would like to apologize if he was picked on because he's Nigerian. It's sometimes when we watch these videos, I have to be careful. I would like to hear from other Nigerians and not just one. If that's the case, then there's a problem that Ethiopia needs to address. And I'll make sure as an Ethiopian, I pointed out the Ethiopian government myself. I'll be like, what the hell is going on? You know what I mean? So that's how it starts, right? To cut this crap out. Anyway, if it's true, and which I'm assuming it's true if he said it is. So, but if he's only the Nigerian that said that, just one Nigerian on social media, I have to be careful putting that out there because Ethiopia has millions and millions of people going through it, and most of them West Africans because they have to fly through Addis. So if that was a very consistent issue, you'd think that we'd be hearing about it a little bit more. I just want to put that out there, just not to spread rumors, I guess. Or not rumors, but because one's experience does not mean it's every Nigerian gets treated that way. But we definitely do have our issues. All of us do.
And it will really help, especially with such things. How like what Monetezi when he mentioned this about Tayo, the YouTuber, when he mentioned this thing, I think. We also need to make sure that it does not become a stereotype that when you go to Addis, this is what's going to happen to you. Because some of the things that are happening, like for example, with xenophobia, like some people when they have to come to South Africa, some of them, this is the first thing they already mentioned, and you find that earlier when I was answering Nati, I was saying that it should not be the case that. Like when you think South Africa, you're already thinking xenophobia because it's something that has been repeated constantly in the news. Such things have a tendency of tarnishing a country in a negative way that when people think of a country, they just think the West. Here's Nati, by the way.
Oh, he made it.
He made it. Nearly found us saying shalom. Nati.
Welcome, Mokshe. Mokshe, by the way, in case you guys don't know, means when somebody has your same name.
I'm glad I didn't ask.
Yeah, Mokshe means somebody like Ezra. There's another Ezra on here, right? So the other Ezra for this Ezra is a Mokshe.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Wow. Nati.
Yes, sir. How are you?
Yeah, you really take a pause there. Eh?
Can you hear me?
Loud and clear, Nati. That's our Minister of Education, by the way.
Can you hear us?
I think I wanted to say that there is this 1%. There is this percent bewitching my phone or the network, but I would rather say the network is not good enough. Yes, I can hear you loud and clear. Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
We can hear.
Hello.
We can hear you.
We can hear.
We are not that 1% that's trying to jam your
Hello.
network. can hear you, Nati.
Okay, thank you so much. So, I'm very sorry to take you back a little bit because I'm very sorry if I'm trying to be the devil's advocate.
We're listening, Nati.
Hello, advocate. I guess you can't hear. Well, maybe the first advocate can say something while we're waiting for the second one.
I was hanging.
Tanzan's got jokes.
Well, I think I don't know what Nati. I don't know what the last part brother Nati was trying to say. Was he talking about the 1%?
Yeah, but he didn't get to it.
Who's trying to jam his network?
Pastor Ezra. I don't think he's going to allow you to just get away with that 1%.
Well, he did apologize. He said, "I'm gonna take it all the way back 3 hours ago." He said, "Like, I'm not talking about what we're talking about now. We're gonna talk about what you." He took it back.
I can already see us going back and correcting that error.
Tanzan, please, next time, no 1% and 99%.
I will not. No. No more statistics.
Yeah, he's coming with the facts. So
No, he gave you homework. Don't forget that. He said find the stats.
yeah.
He never gave us a link though, so that means you definitely do have to do your homework. So I have a quick question for Amanda Tezi. You said it's really cold in Mombasa right now?
No, it depends on what you. It's not cold to maybe American standards, but
okay. No, the reason I brought that up is because I was just on the phone with a family friend in Addis, and it's been so ridiculously hot, and it's like the weather is it's off season.
yeah, the weather is being weird. It's just like I don't understand. I don't, they say it's global warming, but I don't know if it's just global. I don't know. Everything is just not normal anymore. Things are just weird. Rainy seasons are coming when they're not supposed to come, and flooding. Then the other places they have droughts, like northeastern stuff. So it's not. I don't know. Everything is just the weather is just not behaving like it's supposed to. So I don't know when it will stop behaving like. I don't. It's just we are in uncharted waters right now. Just the whole of Africa.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it definitely is, and that's what's bringing drought. And I think Mika was talking about it was raining in Gondar, which it shouldn't be raining right now, which is kind of weird.
But, yeah, I don't know. They say the world is. If you I don't know, man. We talked about if you don't know if you know Dr. Mumbi. I think Mika once talked about her here. Yeah. She talks about this stuff a lot. She says that the world is changing, and things like that.
Yeah, I figured I'll pick up some small talk while we wait for Nati, but it doesn't look like he's managing. Isn't he in the U.S. or is he in Ethiopia? I don't even know where he's at really.
I think he said he's in a bush in South Sudan.
Oh wow. Then we should actually congratulate the fact that he had any Wi-Fi. That's kind of crazy.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
That's impressive. Yeah.
Nati travels.
And where are you, Tanzan, if I may ask? You're in Kenya as well?
No, I'm in States. I'm in California.
Oh, you're in California. Oh, you're in my kind of my. Yeah, oh, you are the base of. You're like South Africa, the biggest immigrant population illegal is in
Hmm.
California. But don't
Yeah.
forget, California used to be Mexico less than 100 years ago. So,
Hmm. Yeah, and
Ah,
Louisiana was French.
yep.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so the lands are constantly changing hands, but it seems our place is always, near the bottom.
And the people are the same, right? Where do you expect them to go? They were legal one day, illegal the next. It's crazy.
Yeah. Yeah. So, SA and USA, they have a very similar problems, especially with dealing with the multicultural society and all these people coming in and so on, the issue of jobs, all of that, it's mirrored in different ways. So, I can understand from both perspectives how people look at it, and the solution is something that works for everybody, not punishes one side of another, consideration.
And California has taken it smart in a sense because there's a huge agricultural base in California with fruits.
Hmm.
So they know that they need, in particular, Mexican migrants to come and pick the fruits at the end of the season. So they do give them this opportunity to cross the border and come pick the fruits, and then they leave. So that's called a working visa. So
Right.
without that, we wouldn't be paying, $1 and whatever it is that we pay per pound for an orange or whatever,
Hmm.
because the labor is cheap. And that's, I think, the same thing that most African countries have to think about migration, if it's about economic migration because of those kind of things. But unfortunately, within the continent of Africa, it's never been economical as much as it is because of war, right? Kenya,
Right.
you go through so many. I think actually Ethiopia supposedly has the largest number of refugees. And I think Kenya might be next because we have Somalia and most of the most recent war torn regions, like both Somalia and South Sudan and Sudan in general. So economically, I think South Africa is experiencing totally something different. For Africa, it's not a normal thing that an African will go all across, the whole entire continent for economic purposes and not because of war. So how Africans are going to handle immigration, well, migrants in general over the next, and I think I don't want to go back to what everything that's been spoken, but as Ezra, you had mentioned about rapid urbanization, I don't think Africans are ready for it at all because rapid urbanization is real. Africa is mostly an agrarian continent. Um, some countries within Africa are predominantly urban already, but most are not. Like, for example, my country, Ethiopia, it's what, 120 million, they say. And only like 10 million people live in cities. So it's about 80% to 90% agrarian. But those people are going to start moving into cities. How do you give them housing? How do you feed them, jobs and all of that? So rapid urbanization is definitely going to be a reason why people migrate. Because if they cannot get it in a city next door within their country, they're going to go to a city next door, meaning like Nairobi or somewhere else or South Africa. So I don't know
Quick
if
question.
our governments are ready for rapid urbanization at all. They're not.
Just a quick question with the Ethiopia. Apart from Addis, which other, major cities, can you say, urban cities are there?
Well, first of all, I think statistically, I think the UN says 4.6 million or something like that about Addis, which is the capital. But I think it's more like 5 to 6 million because they can't account. Their census is not really, but they say about 5 to 6 million. But the next biggest city is not even a million. So
Wow.
there's Bahar Dar. There's, of course, in the northern parts. There's Mekelle. There are other ones, but they're small compared to Addis, which is in the millions. But the rest are in the they're not even a million. So
Okay.
yeah, I think Addis is the city, the big city. Addis population is expected to be about 15 to 17 million by 2030 is what they say. Addis is not ready for it. They don't have housing, infrastructure, nothing, jobs. But this is not just Ethiopia. I think most African countries are not ready for that kind of migration within their own country from the rural to urban. You know, that worries me. And this is when you have informal housing. Usually, happens to have to kind of take place outside in the outskirts of the city. I think Kibera is a great example of that. That's what had happened there. But in Ethiopia, most of the slums always were inside the city. And I don't know if I don't want to talk about Ethiopia only, but in general, I don't think most African countries are ready for that kind of change, that kind of movement of people within their own country from rural to urban.
Right.
China is different because they actually are they control movement of people. So they create a city, they could create a condition where there's economic activity, and then they specifically move those people into the city to do those jobs. Africa is not doing that. So it is a little worrisome. That's when you will have crime, all kinds of things happening, homelessness, social issues. But we have to talk and worry about that because it's happening really fast. It's called rapid urbanization for a purpose, for a reason. So,
yes.
Oh, it's interesting what you're saying about. That's another topic that we need to talk about as well, since we talk about this rapid urbanization, and if our cities, city planners, are ready for such, because it takes more than just building. You need to think of the sources of water, electricity, roads, so schools, hospitals. So there's a lot that makes a city, and if those things are not addressed, those basics, then you're gonna have a crazy city that's not really conducive, either high traffic volumes or even just the living conditions of those cities will be really bad. So I think we do need really proper plans with the current cities, and also cities that are need to be planned going forward. Because as you said, the Chinese, even South Africa, when they were building most of the old cities like Johannesburg, Cape Town, they had also control of who come to the city. No one, you didn't just come and rock up and say, I'm looking for an opportunity. They used to take people from migrant workers, and you come and you work for a specific time and you need to go home. And there will be places where they put all the workers. Workers will stay in certain places. And then once the projects are over, either go back or you go to another contractor or another work, another job. And then that's how most of the cities you find that they have a lot of, most part are developed because of that, because they were planned because of restriction of movement. You just allow anybody to move. But nowadays, obviously, things have changed. Free of movement is allowed. So in Africa, that's what's happening now. So, but we should be planning in terms of our cities going forward. And since we know that Addis is going to have 15 million, since it's a mega city and the commercial city of the country, we need to be planning. The government there needs to be planning, or the city council, they need to be planning such things whereby they can really put more resources. I mean, for the population that's coming, and I'm sure among those 15 million, there won't just be Ethiopians only. There will be a lot of people who are also coming from neighboring countries, South Sudan, Kenya, wherever, where to do business, to do other things. And I always say that with some of my friends, we also talk about why other cities are more popular than others. For example, Addis. Why is Addis so popular? Or why is Nairobi so popular? Or why is maybe Lagos so popular? Or Johannesburg so popular? Or even Cairo or Kinshasa? Why are they so popular in their nations? In every city, if you look at most cities that have a stock exchange of the country, or they become the so-called financial, more where most commercial companies, the big companies, are headquartered, probably they're the ones that really become the popular city of that nation. when people talk about that nation, this is the first city they'll think of is Addis or Nairobi. Before Mombasa, people will say Nairobi or Kinshasa or Lagos. But you find that there's other beautiful cities, other nice cities, maybe even well planned than the ones that are popular. But then there'll always be that. Once there's a stock exchange, most headquarters of big companies in your nations are there, and the biggest airport of your country, then that city becomes relevant, regardless of other places that can be there. I don't know if
I
you've
think.
even in America, look at California as a state. Tenzin, you are there. As a state, it's the biggest in terms of economically. It is the biggest, bigger than New York as a state, and but New York City as a look at New York City, it's still the economic hub of America because of the stock exchange that is there.
Absolutely. And some places are better at selling themselves, like California. New York might have the power, the old money and all that, but California, being in Hollywood, the image is very important. They sell their image to the whole world, even to the rest of the country. So that brings in even more, whether the image is true or not, that brings in more people who come to boost the economy and the whole image of the state. So that's also something that we also have to push. As much as we have, we are working against a negative image, we should also push the whole beautiful. Mombasa could say, the city of sunshine, or Nairobi could be the city of trees or whatever. So, one's image is not just a matter of what you do. Your reputation is also important, but also you have to take an active role in pushing what you want people to think of you. Most of the time we are the victims of, media bias. They only put the bad things, but if we don't have a counter narrative to that, that's the only thing that's going to be on the market. So I know we talked about a long time ago, about the Ethiopians selling the experience of the coffee, because it's not just coffee. Coffee is not just something. In fact, there's nothing very glamorous about coffee. It's very, it almost looks like petroleum, that dirty oil. So, but the whole coffee as being, a latte or an Italian thing or a fancy thing, that impacts people to buy it even more than the actual, merit of the program. So, yeah, we should do the same thing, market ourselves.
True. And I just want to welcome Dr. K quickly. And Dr. K, welcome.
Yeah, hello, how are you doing?
All good, brother. All good. Good to see you. Good to hear from you. It's been a while, but hope everything is well. And
Well,
I'm sure you've been making some bread. Everyone, we've all been in a recess, so I'm sure I must start asking people to send me their bank accounts if they've been doing something productive and if the numbers are growing.
yeah, exactly. So thank you for that. So can you give me some basics of what we're discussing?
Oh man, we're talking about a lot of things, but mainly xenophobia in South Africa. That's been the main topic, out of other topics like urbanization. Tenzin just brought coffee a bit. What did we talk about, Tenzin? Migration. Oh, sorry. Jonathan talked about migration, that we also need to look at migration. Where does it start? What causes people to move? Yeah. Basically, that most of the topics, but yeah, we've touched on a lot of things. But those are the main ones.
Yeah. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, I think in South Africa, it's probably people are afraid of. Obviously, there's a fear. I'm sure there's some leaders out there who are creating the fear that the foreign Nigerians might, come and basically outcompete them from everything and then take their women. That's also a big fear in Africa.
That's a new one. I thought it was only jokes. Now the women
really?
too.
Oh no, it's true.
It's
It's
an old
true.
one. It's an old one, Tenzin. It's an old one. It's an
It's a
old
Yeah,
one.
socioeconomic issue.
It's an old one as well. That one.
yeah, but it's all relevant because in Kenya, let's say Nigerians have some Nigerians here have some reputation. First, their reputation is they have money, and of course, they also dress really well. They have good swagger, and I agree with that. Nigerians dress way better than any other African group, apart from Congolese people that I've seen before. But the Congolese guys, women too.
Are you sure, Dr. K?
Sorry.
Are you sure?
Yeah, have you seen Congolese weddings? If you look at Congolese weddings, man, these guys really know how to have
Congolese,
swag.
yeah, I must agree. Congolese go all out. Weddings. Oh man. Anyway, yeah, sorry about that. I know.
Yeah, so in Kenya, the average Kenyan guy isn't really dressed that swaggerful. When you see in fact, you can tell a Nigerian that's basically how he's dressed. So of course they're able to get more women, and this is a real issue for men. I'm going to put it out there. They're scared, they're afraid that these guys have more money than them and they have better swagger than them. So I think it's not just money; it's also the effects of money, like status symbols and social, intersocial, and intrasocial relationships in the community. So I think this can get exercised by some of these people, and they can really get people to be angry at them because I live in an area here. It's near Kibera, the apparently the third largest slum in the world, and it's a majority foreign area. It's mostly Ethiopians here, then Sudanese, Nigerians, and then Kenyans, and then a few Wazungus. Now, I remember there was this woman who takes care of kids. There was this little Amhara kid. She was walking up and she was going too far along the road. So the lady was like, "Be careful. If you walk too far, a Nigerian might steal you and sell you." So there is this. I don't know where this comes from. I've never seen a Nigerian sell anyone, but unfortunately, I think that the people do put some fear out there in the market, and then people believe it, and then they just repeat the same thing.
No, I think some of them they are incidences. As one of the stereotypes that I mentioned when we were talking about the xenophobic attacks or xenophobic tendencies that have been seen, that have come out of South Africa, for example, that because there's been incidents of such thing happening. Sometimes people tend to say when we talk about South Africa, some people will say, xenophobia. Just like when we talk about the Nigerians, people might say, oh, crime, scams, and the negative that have come out of that country or out of certain people in that community. Then, because the media has also just circulated the same narrative, people tend to believe that, and they tend to just continue saying the same thing to people. When you say, oh, Nigeria, oh, I know, no, those people will take our women or whatever. But there are things that have happened for them to be called that, and the stereotypes to be continue being circulated and repeated now and then, so that people tend to believe them because they are hearing the same story from people, even people who have never even maybe encountered a Nigerian will just say something like that. And if you ask, do you have a friend or you've ever met a Nigerian? They're like, no, I've heard in the news. I've heard in the news. These people are bad, hey? But you've never met them. You've never even interacted with them. So, But anyway, yeah, continue, Dr. K.
Yeah, so, yeah, that's now part of the issue. Because this narrative that Nigerians are going to steal kids and then sell them or are involved in so many dangerous things. I mean, I have many Nigerian friends over here in Nairobi, and we don't do anything like that. We work on crypto, just typical normal business. I'm sure some of them do that, but it's not enough that it can, create this chaos and confusion and, I guess xenophobia in this case. So I think we need to honestly educate ourselves well enough so that when we hear these things, we're conscious about who's saying it, why they're saying it, who they heard it from. And how true is it? Because at the end of the day, if we don't question these things, what we'll do is we'll act on our fear. And as human beings, fear is one of our worst impulses. Because when we're fearful, we do crazy things, and unfortunately, what may happen is some of us may act out of fear, and then do bad things, and then that will then legitimize the other people's fear too. You see, they did that. Then it becomes a cycle, and a cycle of hatred, and a cycle of distrust, and a cycle that is, causing more chaos in our community. So honestly, if I if I could focus on anything, I'll just focus on educating our people, making sure that we stop these prejudices. I'll give a simple example. Even my parents are part of this. They kept warning me about certain tribes. They kept saying things like, be careful of Luo tribes because the women only want money. Be careful of Kikuyu tribe because they'll do anything for money. And, just all this tribalism mentality. And I'm sure they have reasons why they say it, but I really questioned my parents, and I said, how different is what you're saying now from what the Kakuna, hence the plain piece of paper man in the West, says about us? He also has his prejudices against us. So I really questioned my parents, and it at least stopped them for a moment when they were telling me these things, because I was thinking, you need to, I understand what you're saying. Maybe there are some cultural tropes that exist in certain communities, but this is an individual person. You need to be able to respect this person as an individual, look at his or her life specifically, then judge from that point. Don't judge them from a holistic group level and then cause issues. Then they think, then you judge them, then they judge you, and then it's just a cycle that never ends. So I just pray that in our, in Africa, we start to see things for what they are rather than what others have shown us that things are.
Can I just jump into that? Because that is so true. I go through that in my own country, and people that I know, family and relatives, they say crazy stuff. But the only way you could stop that cycle is to just call them out on it and be like, are you out of your mind? Like, are you listening to what you're saying? But they're saying what their parents said to them. And breaking that cycle stops here, right? So I absolutely agree with you. And this is what I had just said earlier. A lot of these biases and xenophobia, whatever we want to call them these days, is because we keep hearing them from the people from the past that are even our own parents. And I stopped that conversation immediately. Like, are you hearing what you're saying? And then we'll have a discussion. And I agree with Bravo. I'm sorry, I forgot your name again. Except the fact that I listened to your Polymath, right?
Yes.
Yes. So I listened to your, I was not about crypto. You kind of turned my head a little bit and paid my attention into that a little bit more recently. So thank you for saying that. That is so true. So when we're talking about xenophobia, that's how this whole conversation started about 2 hours ago, feels like. Yeah, I think we need to stop that in our own homes, including our own parents and our uncles or aunts or sisters or brothers or whatever, and make them actually look at what they're saying, because they don't even believe in most of the time what they're saying. It's just they're spitting out what they've heard from generations and generations ago, which is not the case anymore. We're in 2022 now. So thank you for saying that.
I think if our generation, we can really build on what we are doing here. It's also decolonizing our minds and also reaching out and building bridges among ourselves, since we are all here coming from different countries, living in different countries now. It's good that we can empower each other through knowledge, through sharing, and make sure that our children do not grow up with the same prejudices that we were maybe exposed to, be tribal, be whatever, I think every African has had something to do with another tribe, or some stereotype about another tribe. You say, yo, those tribes they will kill you, they'll do this to you, they'll, I doubt if there's any African who can say they've never had any prejudice against another tribe or another nationality, or even a continent. Just like a lot of people have really bad stereotypes or prejudice against us as Africans as a whole. So, Nati, are you winning, Nati? I think Nati, you needed to connect with Achul. He's from South Sudan. He was gonna maybe hook you up with a better connection that side. It's been a while as well. I haven't seen Achul in a while, but also a great brother from South Sudan. And another thing, I'm not sure if like wherever you are, I mean, Tenzin,
Yeah.
where in California are you?
Southern California, near LA.
That's like LA, San Diego.
LA.
LA.
Los Angeles, the county.
Los Angeles. Oh, okay. Oh,
Can I just note that California has a bigger economy than all East Africa and probably a quarter of Africa combined. So you literally live in a country that is a state.
One day, Africa may have a budget of a small state in America.
We definitely have the resources. We're just not utilizing them. That's for sure.
Yeah.
Very true. And I hear it's also very expensive there. Rentals and the standard of living there being high in California.
Oh yeah. I mean, the thing is, when you're in a good place, it's also expensive to be there. One thing that I can say with living in Africa, which is an advantage, people don't think there's an advantage in poverty, but actually when you don't have a lot, when you have a little less, it's not such a big deal. Let's say, in Africa, if you don't have a home, you always can go, back to the, to the urban area, to the rural areas. You can sort of try to eke out a living with, either selling small things or so. You need only a little bit to live. But when you're in, let's say, Europe or in America, if you cannot afford to live, your life is really way, way more difficult than somebody who's, let's say, in the countryside. You can survive. But out here, you really need to be constantly. And that's why, the mentality here is so one of almost constant, hectic working and constant worrying, because you really have to keep up, with everything, with bills, with the cost of living and so on. So, everything has an advantage. It's shiny when you look at it from the outside, but it takes a lot, to keep it shining that way. Yeah.
Survival of the fittest.
Ezra?
Yeah, we can hear you, Nati.
Today I'm so hungry, so I am determined to get in here. So I always
about time, and we can hear you now.
I'm highly provoked, and
1%.
It's good that we are online.
I have a feeling Ezra kept this going just so we can hear from you.
I know.
Hi, greetings everyone.
Nati, you must thank Dr. K. If Dr. K didn't come here, we nearly said shalom. We nearly closed the stream.
Oh, I see. So I just made it. I've been trying, and the network is just crazy here. Like I'm at the moment, currently I'm on the Ugandan side, but almost bordering South Sudan. There's a place called Gulu, and I'm between Gulu and the South Sudanese border. And it's interesting what you've been talking about immigration and whatsoever, because just last week I was able to travel to West Nile, where the Nile really crosses across the desert into the Sudan. There is what we call the Adjumani refugee service, and in Adjumani we have a lot of South Sudanese, the Mahdis and the Dinkas and the Nuers, and I was there and I was privileged to look at how they live. And now that you're talking about immigration, and someone here is Dr. K is talking about Jamhuri and the Kenyan situation. Ezra, you've talked about the South African one. I must say, first of all, I'm an Ethiopian, but I was really privileged to travel within Africa for the most part, even by land. And I was able to see how people live, and I've experienced how, one, we are than we think we are different. And I'm a living testimony in various ways, and that's why I'm really burning with this zeal that let's talk about solutions. And by the way, it's not really to attack or really wash away the arguments that Ezra was giving when, and even about the 1% thing. Guys, systematic oppression is all about 1%. It's about the few. I mean, I've never reached the US, but I was able to gather some information out of curiosity. And just take a look at how African Americans and people of other race are really systematically segregated. And if we choose to say, oh, it's just 1% of the population who is racist, we come here and we can be very Afrocentric, and we need to be bluntly honest about ourselves, because we can be very Afrocentric, we can be very, very ethnically divided, and we can say, well, it's just 1% of the population. And look at our corrupt leaders. I mean, in as much as we applaud them for trying their best, but they are corrupt, they have blood in their hands, the innocents are dying because of their mere interest, and we just say, it's just the few, the majority. Guys, let's not be apologetic. I mean, there is no time for that. That's why, in as much as I'm religious for my own self, in as much as I'm hopeful, I really challenge the fact that let's pray about it. Okay, we pray, but what are we doing about it? It's just 1%. Let's change that 1%. Because how can the 99, even biblically, like Christ left the 99 and went for that one. So 1% makes the difference. So let's not really downwash things by saying, coming up with numbers, and especially numbers are highly politicized. So let's not live in an illusion. Let's change it if we can. That's why I'm very passionate about this. So coming back to our topic, immigration is a human right. People are allowed to move, and Yenatan, he has articulated it, and he has articulated the 3 points as to why people move. Let's keep at that. But it is a human right for people to move. And even International Organization for Migrants, IOM, in the United Nations, they say the same thing, that people have the right to move. However, Ezra has not brought it home, and I'm really passionate about that part that he missed, and I want to talk about it. Xenophobia, for the first time, were televised in Africa, beginning in South Africa. And let's not say whether it's 1% or 0.1%. Many African families were affected because their loved ones died on the streets in South Africa. And you've talked about whether I've been to South Africa. I was privileged to be in South Africa. I visited Soweto, as you have talked. Even Soweto is ethnically divided, the Sutus, the Zulus, the Coloreds. I went to Vilakazi Street and saw Nelson Mandela's house in person. I visited the Apartheid Museum. I was able to get a little bit of the feel of what South Africa is about. But you know more. But you've not brought home one basic thing, and let's talk about that. Yes, South Africans have the right to be angry because the job opportunities have been taken over by other Africans. It is true. It's a human situation. It's a human sentiment. Yes, let's accept it. However, remember, and Yenatan and Tanzi, you said you are in the US at the moment. I don't know where in Africa you're from. You might elaborate on this, on how African migrants in the States would prefer to be paid in cash because they don't have the proper documentations, be it dishwashing or cleaning. Am I lying?
No, you're correct.
That's so
they would,
right.
they would prefer to be paid in cash. They would prefer to be paid in cash simply because they don't have the right documentation for the person who is hiring them to give them a check. So they would rather go for little $8 per hour parking or dishwashing $10 per hour, and they will just pick up from the next 10 shops, and they make money like that. And it is right for African Americans and Americans to be annoyed at them for cutting down the cost, I mean the labor cost. It is normal. However, remember, when it comes to South Africa, apartheid is not over. That's why Nelson Mandela did not take the credit for reconciling and saying, let's move on. We say rainbow nation, but South Africa is not yet a rainbow nation in facts, because I want to give a proper example here. Usually, Indians or other races, apart from other races, would prefer to hire laborers from the Congo, from Ethiopia, from Kenya, from Tanzania, than local South Africans, for one reason, because South Africans would ask their rights in line with the labor law of the country. And people who are doing business from different races there would prefer to work with immigrants who cannot claim their human rights. So simply they would prefer to hire Ethiopians and other nations from all over Africa instead of fellow South Africans. And that is simply to avoid trouble and exploit more from immigrants. And in their own way, they might say they are justified because they are avoiding trouble from fellow local South Africans. And South Africans are justified to be angry. But now, how do we go about this? The labor unions know this is going on. The government knows this is going on. To wait for the government, for the citizens to take matters in their own hand and kill their own brothers and sisters on the streets of South Africa is not right. And we need to say that out aloud. It is not right. We need to rectify it. And the government has a hand in it. And fellow racist, apartheid-oriented exploiters who would prefer to work with immigrants in order to pay less and in order to get away with the labor union laws are to be held accountable. But at the end of the day, fellow immigrant dies on the streets and no one bothers. Guys, this needs to stop. Now, let's talk about numbers. I have lived in Kenya. Right now, I'm in Uganda. I have lived in Tanzania. I have lived in Zambia, Zimbabwe, be it. Kenya has the highest number of immigrants, be it Rwanda, Burundi, Congo, South Sudan. By the way, in Nairobi, you will be shocked to see a South Sudanese driving one of the latest cars on the streets of Adams Arcade, and you will wonder, with the South African, with the South Sudanese number plate.
Yeah, actually, I live near
in Nairobi, I have lived with various immigrants, but we've not seen a televised issue of xenophobia. And I appalled the Kenyans for this. Well, let me be honest with you. If a police catches you, whether you are a Kenyan or a foreigner, utalipa kitu kidogo, utaendelea na maisha lako.
Yeah, that's true.
Yes, I mean, someone please, naomba, please explain for me kitu kidogo ni what? Something little for the police, yeah, whatever.
You give it chai.
And yes, I mean, wanataka kunywa chai, I mean, say, toa kitu kidogo, you give something, it's a bribe, but it's not really bribe because, you know, they said, brother, just give us something and we let you go. And yeah, it is an unwritten rule, but it has not gone to the level that fellow Eritreans, Ethiopians were killed on the streets of Nairobi, even in the midst of the 2007 post-electoral violence. Foreigners were not killed. It is fellow Kenyans against fellow Kenyans. And we need to uphold them because there is a certain value that they uphold. You go to Jamhuri, I go there to buy injera myself. You'll find Ethiopians and Eritreans all over. Never for a single day I was picked out as an Ethiopian and I was antagonized. I will try to speak a little bit of my Swahili and say, oh, umetokea wapi? Pwani, endelea basi. This is how it works. If you respect the culture and merge with the people, I think Kenya can tell us something which other African country has not reached. And we are talking about migrants who are coming all the way from Kakuma, for example. Is there, I mean, when that is, you know Kakuma?
Yes, yes.
It's northern Kenya. There is a camp there for immigrants, but you'll find immigrants whose family sent them money, so they rent a house in Adams Arcade and they live. Mm-hmm. They live actually much better than fellow Kenyans living in Kibera. Kibera, if you take a walk from Kibera to Embakasi in the morning, the number of people who are walking on foot to save 40 bob,
man, it's crazy,
will shock you to death. These are hardworking people, but do they take it out on Eritreans, Ethiopians, Congolese, who are living better than them? No. Gentlemen, this is the Africanism we need to applaud. This is the 1% we need to applaud. Than saying, oh, systematic oppression is just one, the rest of us, we respect you. No. Look at the African Americans. Oh, they are racist. Oh, this is Karen. This is what? They give them names. But has anyone come out in magnitude to say, no, enough is enough? As we talk, they are talking in the Senate about systematic oppression against African Americans who are in the law enforcement, in the Senate, in the House of Speakers, you name it. And I would love to forward you some links that I've seen some African American women standing up to this system. It is 1%, but it is affecting us. Let's pluck it out. So let's not be really apologetic about this. About diversity, yes, we are diverse and we have prejudices. You have touched it. You go to Kenya, you go to Tanzania, they will tell you, who are the business people? The Chagas. Number one. Hey, you go to Kenya, oh, Kikuyu, wanapenda pesa. You go to Ethiopia, they will tell you Gurage. It is there in every country, in every tribe. We have a certain things associated to, including sexual urges. We have it, but we've lived with it. Why is it an issue all of a sudden now that we are more civilized, we are more educated? Simply because the 1% decides to teach us, to feed us all the negatives, and the 99% is kept in the books on the shelves. So let's talk about this. Let's be blunt. South Africa, actually, there is something that actually is very sentimental for me because I held South Africa has a special place in my heart. But if of all of us here in this chat room, the Tanzanians, let them speak. Let Tanzania speak the contribution that they have for the emancipation of South African people, the emancipation of Zambian people, including when Kenneth Kaunda was in prison. The first person to go to prison was Mwalimu Nyerere. South Africa, during the struggle when Nelson Mandela was in trouble, he was given an Ethiopian passport. He was trained in Tanzania. He was trained all the way to Ethiopia. But we seem to forget what we have done to each other during our time of misery. Now that a simple paper came in between us and divided us. Money, power. We were supposed to be more diverse than we are now. But now, the 1% will divide us and makes us, oh, you are a Zulu, you are an Amhara, you are a Tigray, you are a Kikuyu, you are this, you are that. They empower us where we don't need empowerment. And this is when we need really to be passionate about gentlemen and lady. So it makes me highly emotional because we're not talking about the facts and the facts as it is. Yes, Nigerians, we know. I mean, the TikTok generation can tell us more. There are so many prejudices. Oh, Nigerians know how to take care of women. They know how to charm. They know how to dress. But these are superficial things. If all of us get the opportunity to dress, who hates to dress well? Who hates to splash a nice perfume all over his body? Who hates to charm the ladies? I mean, let's not be. I mean, let's not be reluctant about these things. But this is not the expression of Nigerians. Nigerians have more expressions than just being held at every airport because they just flash a Nigerian passport. Most of the times when I just, I mean, I'm very sorry to do this, but I am, let me tell you some of my sins. When I traveled from Addis to Nairobi, when the Ethiopian Airways touches down, the police officer will be lined up waiting for the passengers. And almost all the time, when I just will have my passport in my hand and they will tell me, hey, stop, where are you going? Do you speak English? Who are you visiting? And I don't even get the chance to answer one. And I say, sorry, no speak English. Just I want to push the limit that, okay, let's see what will they do if a fellow African is not speaking English. Then they start talking in Swahili, huyu ni mgeni, ebu angalia passport yake. Then they find a residence permit for Kenya, for Tanzania, and they say, you are a resident? I say, yes. Why do you say you don't understand English? And I tell them, I understand Swahili better. How about that? But look, prejudice. Ethiopians, it is true, no matter how the 15 years, 17, 20 years they stay in Nairobi, they wouldn't want to learn Swahili or English. They are amongst themselves. And I have been told several times by the police who stop me, your people love their injera and their coffee. They don't want to mix with us. They don't want to speak our language. Yes, I'll take it. Because it's one of the things we need to clear. Wherever we go is our home. We need to respect the culture, learn it. And they tell me, you are the chosen one, just endelea. But next time, please tell your people to mix with us. Can you allow your women to marry us? You see, because we created that prejudice. We create prejudice ourselves. So let's not just say they think about us this, they think about that. So guys, let's pluck out this 1%. It's not fair. And let's say a spade, a spade. There is nothing to be apologetic about us because we are brothers. If I am talking with my own brother, he's my mother's son. At the end of the day, he cannot kill me. He needs to hear it from me that my brother, this is how you are. Sometimes we are too proud of who is the best English speaker in Africa. English, my foot is not my language. Let's talk about Swahili, then compete. Yes. We compete over the things that does not even define us. So where is all this coming from? It's systematic oppression. They work with what we are ignorant about. If they work with what we know, we are going to be a pain in the neck. So they would rather work with what we don't know. They would rather domesticate us, take us to their own places, and make us feel that we are their pets. You know, sometimes I even talk about America. I have American friends who, most of them, the times I met them, I mean, they were pissed off for saying these things. I told them, gentlemen, you are an American and you are celebrating your Irish heritage. You are an American, then your name is Rossmann, and you are a German. And they celebrate their French. You go to Pennsylvania, probably they are Italians. Yes, St. Patrick's Day, that's for the Irish. Now we have the African heritage, whatever, historic, the Black Month, whatever, for the Africans also. They created one to make us feel that we are integrated anyways. But who is a Native American is the Indians. The same guys scrambled for a ship the same way the Africans are scrambling for a boat to go to Europe. They came during the plague and during the crisis from Europe to America, and they claim to have found it with the same audacity that Livingstone came and found Victoria Falls, or other Portuguese came and found Ethiopian coffee, while the natives are just running around naked there, swimming in the same water. I mean, where are the Native Americans today? They are segregated. Literally, actually, they are castrating them so that they don't multiply. There is a document, go and check it. Native Americans are segregated just like Mexicans who are crossing the border, who have a country and a flag. Is it not about time to talk about this? So African problem actually boils from Africa, but it overspills everywhere. And we're just happy about Africa. Even when they evacuate Ukrainians, African children and women were not part of the people who were evacuated. They had to wait. You just wait, Ukrainians first. I think even when we die, they will say, no, we die first, you wait. If death has a favor, they will say, well, we are going to die first, Africans wait. It's about time to be brutally honest, guys. And we need to let them know that we know, not necessarily hating them. I'm not saying let's pick up a machete and be like Okonko in Things Fall Apart of Chinua Achebe. You kill one and you go and hang yourself and you become a curse for the land. No, I'm not advocating for that. But peace and love and appreciation of one another comes with brutally honest knowledge of one another. Yes, I mean, Dr. K is mentioning about the Australian Aborigines, the Aboriginals, the New Papua Guinea people. They are dark and they are kept on the side, and the Australians would see them as something special. They talk of culture. Which European can talk about a tribe? Can you mention one? Which American can say my tribe is this? No, this is a mixture of race. But we are highly ethnic. Then we have different races. We have all the ladder to climb. And if we climb it right, we'll get there as a rainbow nation. But if not, 2 steps forward, 1 step backward. People will die. The systematic oppression will continue. Sorry for saying a lot, though. I'm very sorry. And I love you guys and respect. And sorry for taking your time.
You've really taken our time. We were meant to sleep, Nati. I'm kidding.
I'm very happy to do that. Unapologetically.
No, I'm playing our minister. Really nice hearing from you. We've missed you. We've missed you. His Excellency said he's missed you so much.
Yeah, I missed you too, guys. But you know, due to the movement that I am in, I'm always on the road. I'm always crossing here and there. So really, internet has been a luxury for me right now. You have no idea. Now I'm just fighting with the mosquitoes just to find next to the router where I can get internet. But anyways, we are together in spirit, and I follow up what you do. whenever I get internet also, I even go back to what you have discussed the night before or a day or two before, and I follow. Thank you for keeping the spirit up.
Thank you very much, our Minister of Education. We were educated, even though we
No,
were
no, no.
struggling with the network for like 2 hours.
It was a brutal discussion.
Mm, very, very good. And well, wow. I think somebody wanted to say something. Let me not close the guys. Maybe they want to comment on the 1%. Tenzin, you have something to add or not? Mwendatezi. Mwendatezi
Yeah.
was thinking today because he's going on a morning work thing. But yeah.
Oh, yes. Thank you, Natty, for, bringing us the brutal truth. In regards to the 1%, that was more diplomacy than numbers, but I will refrain from quoting made up statistics in the future. And it's true, there are some things, some stereotypes that are made of, different people or all of us as a people. And some of them are true, some of them are not. Some of them, are not our fault, and some of them are our fault. So, like I said, with my country, we have to start looking at ourselves and, looking at what is wrong and how we need to change it. And if somebody also, criticizes you or us, we also have to learn to have, a thick skin. We also have to learn to take, criticism well, and, to use it to make ourselves better, not, to feel, threatened or attacked and all that. And I believe that's what we're doing today. So, yeah, it's been a great conversation, and I'm glad your network worked.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Jonathan, you got something?
Oh no, I don't have anything else. This is a very intense conversation. It's a lot of stuff that we were talking about. Again, let's start with the constitutional conversation first of all.
Jonathan, I think you had put that robot thing. We now can't hear you. Okay.
Sounds like a robot.
Yeah, Jonathan, maybe you call somewhere else using a different, voice. Now we forgot to put it up. But Dr. K?
Yeah, it's I really like what the brother Nat said earlier. Especially some of us who have the privilege to travel to see the world, and to really exchange ideas, cultures, ways of thinking, and also empowering ourselves and others that we meet along the way. I think as African people, there's some things that we're in a very sensitive place in our history. We're between understanding or recognizing with changes that have to happen in our culture, but also maintaining ourselves and our roots at the same time. And I'll say that there are ways that we can do this properly. I'll give an example. In Kenya, the Maasai, in Kenya, Maasais are seen as the cultural heritage of Kenya in general. There's many reasons for this. It's because they bring a lot of money due to foreigners coming into Maasai Mara, or to see the culture and everything, but also because they've managed to maintain who they are as a people, but also been able to get educated, and now they're participating in a majority of Kenyan lives. In Nairobi, you'll see Maasais everywhere, from security guards, from business people, from politicians. Even Linus Kaikai, one of the presenters, who's now been promoted. So Maasais have integrated into everyday Kenyan culture, but they've still maintained themselves. And I think as Africans, we really need to do something similar. We need to, we still need to know who we are as a people, our cultures, our heritage, our beliefs, and our foundations. But at the same time, we also need to obviously become more developed, because we have to compete in the world. Unfortunately, this is a world where if you don't develop more or the same level as everybody else, you'll be left behind, and then you'll suffer. So this is our path at this point. How do we maintain our cultural heritage while also understanding how the world functions, the economy of scale, and everything? I think at this point, with the East African Federation, for example, they're really doing something good. Congo now, I think, has been accepted, as far as I know. So now finally they'll have resources. So, because before, I don't know if there was many countries that had resources in the federation. But I also believe that all East African countries should be joining this. I know Somalia applied to join, but because of the issues with the border with Kenya, it wasn't allowed to join. It was very silly political reason, because together we'll be much stronger. Because at this point, what we're understanding with Pan-Africanism and anything that's involved with One Africa is we cannot compete as individual small countries with the world economy. America is basically a continent, right? It's got 370 million people, actually more than that, including the people who are unregistered. They have a big military force. That is probably why the dollar is used as the exchange rate for all economic transactions, including oil, in most of the major markets when it comes to trade of minerals, oil, and other stuff. We can't compete with America, with a small country. See, that's why we need this intracontinental trade area, and we need to formulate our own ways of being able to compete. Like there's no reason why Africa doesn't have an equivalent of NATO, because we do need to protect our interests. This is just a fact of life. Especially, when I looked at the African map, I noticed so many interesting things. Congo has cobalt, coltan, even has some gold and other resources. Somalia has gas, natural gas, has oil, has camels. You go down all the way to South Africa, there's diamonds, there's agricultural land. You go all the way to West and North Africa, you have oil again, gas, you have uranium deposits. In the whole continent, we have everything that is able to sustain human life and development. What we really need is an administrative force that looks into what everyone can provide. Then we need to be organized about this. I think the main issue that's really stopping us from moving forward is lack of organization. We have everything. We even have seaports. We have seaports in Kenya, in Tanzania, in that region of East Africa. In West Africa, there's also, Port Harcourt. In Nigeria, you have in Ghana, etc. We have everything that's necessary for development. Even in Djibouti, again, if you're going to talk about getting the products that come from East Africa through to the West and Eurasia, we have places like Djibouti, we have Somalia, we have Eritrea, etc. We have all these areas where we could really export things. And if we were organized, honestly, if we're organized, we could solve so many problems. Food, it should never even be an issue in Africa. I don't understand. How is it that we have the most we have like is it 1/3 of the whole world's most arable land for agriculture, right? For food development.
Exactly.
But it's not being used. What I've seen now is, unfortunately, is Western companies and also Chinese companies buying land in Ethiopia, in Kenya, Tanzania, and Congo, so that they can set up large agricultural farm. India is also doing this. Why is our government not doing this? This just doesn't make sense to me. For example, in the 80s, I believe Ethiopia and parts of Somalia and North Kenya had a huge drought that really, changed the whole that area for a long time. Why is it that we can't learn from that and never ever allow ourselves to be in such a situation? That's the kind of stuff that I want us to be able to do if we really want to change things. Agriculture is a must. If every child can have access to meat, right? Again, I'm not saying meat because, vegetarianism, we're talking about basics, survival of people. They need some form of protein. Once we have good protein, we have good starch and other minerals, the child can grow up. They can stop thinking about trying to make money just to eat for that day. So their mind can be more creative. They can now start making risks. They can now start thinking, okay, I don't have to worry about eating today, so I can go try this new idea out. When we have that creativity that's really unleashed in Africa, there's no way that the rest of the world is going to be looking at us as a person that's behind, because that's when Africa will, a sleeping giant or should I say awakening giant, is going to be fully awakened. And I believe that if we honestly focus on these things, we are organized, very organized, there's no stopping Africa. And, a simple example here is Somalia should join the East African Federation. Ethiopia should also join it. And we should all be united in the trade. There's no reason why, let's say, that this dam, the great Renaissance Ethiopian dam, I forgot how to say it properly, but
the GERD.
Right. So once that dam is fully operational and fully completed, it should be able to provide energy for the whole of that East African region. There should be deals with countries there. Then Ethiopia doesn't have access to sea.
I'm glad that it's not just me that is having some technical difficulties. I'm just saying. Maybe
It's like
there because I know I've been having a couple of them. So
yeah, but I think guys, I think it's been a great night. Really a lot of topics that we covered. I just pray that tomorrow I'll be back home on time and we can do the stream, unless if His Excellency is gonna be doing a live. But if he's not doing a live, I pray that we will have an opportunity to come back here again and talk about other things. Yeah, hopefully we'll have another conversation, and we might be having another conversation of something totally different. We might have a guest, but nothing is fully confirmed yet. I just need to read some messages here, and then hear what if they're still coming tomorrow or today. It's already morning. It's already Monday morning here. What am I saying tomorrow? So, but I'm gonna close the stream for tonight. I think it was nice seeing you guys. I've missed you, and I think a lot of what we were talking about can be divided in different topics, and yeah, hopefully tomorrow will today or tomorrow for those who are in the States, Tanzan and Yenatan. But for us who are in Africa, we are here. We are here. So, but yeah, family, I'm just gonna close the stream for tonight. I think it's been a long stream. It's almost 5 hours. And I also need to rest. I also need to wake up very early this morning. And yeah, I've got other duty calls. I need to go do some bread, make more bread. And anytime when we are not doing anything, please sometimes send us some of the topics that you love us to cover and stuff. Do not be silent. I know you're also making your bread. It helps you. I see Yanatan say he has done a lot of paperwork. So I guess that's proposals, business proposals. So I can't wait to see the bank accounts growing from each and every one of you. And I see Mr. Nati's. He's an explorer. Maybe he's looking for diamonds and gold in Africa. Who knows? Mr. Nati?
None of that, actually.
None of that. Oh, okay.
None of that.
But you are making some bread, right?
You take me as a teacher. I'm a mwalimu.
But you are making bread, teacher.
Thank God. We pray for our daily bread, so we don't need much. What we get is enough if we are grateful.
Exactly.
Otherwise, I would have been a town slick and just enjoying the towns. But when we do something, at least let's just push it and go elsewhere where people don't reach. That's my philosophy anyways, but we thank God.
Thank you very much, Minister Nati. I think Mika missed you so much.
Is he still in Addis, by the way?
Yeah, he's still in Ethiopia.
But I'll send him my passport and let him send me his passport. I think that way we settle it down.
Oh God, you guys have jokes.
He's in Gondar, at least last video I saw.
Oh,
yeah, it's there. So
that's good.
Yeah, so please, please, just reach out to him and just surprise him. I think he'll be really happy to see. He'll be really happy to talk to you. So
I
you
would
must
love to
reach
do
out
that.
to him. Yeah.
Nat,
Yeah.
are you Amhara or which
Sorry?
side? Are
He's
you
an
Amhara?
African. He's an
Totally
African.
on the other. He's totally on the other end of the Ethiopia, I think. You said you're on the border. I don't know. South Sudan.
I am
Uganda.
between Uganda and South Sudan right now. Actually, South Sudan is very close. So there is a town called Gulu on Ugandan side, past Gulu, on the way to South Sudan. That's where I am at the moment. But I am an Ethiopian, born and raised in Addis. Mwenda Tezi, I am from two various ethnic background, but I have never been to any of them. So, and I don't speak any of those languages. I speak only Amharic, and I was brought up in Addis. But my ethnicity is African now.
Okay, that's
Amen to
good.
that.
That was Dr. K. Nati. I think when that
Oh,
is
that's
sleeping.
Dr. K. Okay,
Yeah.
that's Dr. K. All right.
Ah, nice, nice. That's good. And what about you, Pastor? Are you also African, or are you Zulu or Xhosa or Ndebele
I'm an
or
African. I'm an
Nigerian?
African man. I'm an African warrior. I'm an African man. Yeah. For now, we are here as One Africa. When you come here, you just put off your Amharic hat or your Morenia or your whatever, your Lu hat. You just put it there and you become an African. You see.
Okay, that's how it should
So
be.
we know that everyone is proud of their culture. There's also good things in culture. We should not really say we should not erase our cultures for the sake of just saying I'm an African. But that's part of being an African. But when we hear we are one Africa, our ethnicities do not are not something that we project out there to say I'm this. You must treat me like you know. So here we treat each other as Africans with love, with respect, with upliftment, with teachings. That's us here. So
Yes.
yeah, that's just basically that.
Yeah, for me, I'm from the tribe of Kaizo, the first of my line. So
Mhm.
once I have my wives, I'll make a new tribe.
I
But
like
are
the
you an
wives, but
African
plural.
or you're from continent Kaiser, continent K?
Yeah, from the continent of Kaiser, from the kingdom of the East African kingdom of Kaisaria, and I'm the first of my line of the kingship.
Or are you? Is this continent trying to be? Do we need to attack this continent for trying to be a breakaway continent from Africa? Should we use the Russian tactics on you?
Oh, no, don't worry. I'm going to be this land is going to be 100% African, part of the African Union of whatever it is that we joined together as. So don't worry. There's no need to invade me or be afraid that the Americans will use my
You're not
kingdom
joining
to.
NATO, right? You're not gonna be asking
No,
for a membership.
no. Don't worry. No NATO. No NATO. No NATO. No. I think Russia's one. They call it. I forgot what they have, but they have their own pact with Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, and those Stan countries, including I think Serbia. They're observing member of it. So
Slavic.
right, but it's interesting though, right? Because I was looking deeper into that Russian conflict, and it's not just by accident that the Africans were treated bad in the borders, or even before they got to the borders. This is not an accident. It's not just, okay, this region is a bit racist-ish. That's not even the case. What I notice is, according to my research, is a lot of the Ukrainian officials and military and administrators have been infiltrated with nationalists. In fact, Putin's argument is he's trying to eradicate neo-Nazis. And I looked into it. it does appear that there are a lot of neo-Nazi in power in Ukraine.
Germanic believing that they're this is a whole another conversation.
So that's
Yeah.
Like
I didn't know this.
that's
When
a
I read
whole
that,
another conversation.
that explains why the people our people are so mistreated. Because I have a friend, actually. She's Ethiopian. She's one of my employees. She lives in Hungary, and I was asking her, okay, how is it in Hungary? Have you guys suffered racism? She says no, and the Africans who went to the Hungarian border were treated relatively well. So it's not the way I thought. Oh, this area is just a bit racist. In Ukraine, there really is a very neo whatever
Nazi,
other
yeah.
word. Yes, neo-Nazi movement, and this is why our people were mistreated. It wasn't just by accident, like I was thinking initially. There was a real effort by the people there to mistreat our people. So it's interesting. But yes, the government has been infiltrated by some of these groups in high levels, and that is actually a cause of concern for us.
Yeah, Dr. Polymath, just in case you don't know, but several of the January 6th in the United States, the people that stormed the Capitol, a few of their leaders actually were trained in Ukraine. There is this, there is this whole movement that's happening there, which is scary, I think, for anybody, because it's not just there; it's in several countries in Europe in general. It's very right wing, kind of very, but that's a whole another discussion. That's like a whole another session. But yes, I agree with you. That stuff is there. It's true. It's not a lie. It's, it's kind of scary.
Very, because like I thought about it and I was like, this is just East Europe. They're a little bit less, exposed to different races. But then I looked deeper and I started realizing even Putin, when you're looking at people, you have to look at the full truth, not just call them crazy or this way. You have to look at why their motivations. And he said one of the reasons he's invading, he's having a military operation. I don't want him coming for me. Why he's having a military operation in Ukraine is because he wants to liberate them from this far-right neo-Nazi group. And I looked deeper into it and I realized there's truth in whether that's why he's doing it. Of course, it's not the reason why, but that is true. So I think, honestly, our people, we need to start being more careful and start being together, because if we don't seem to understand that the rest of the world doesn't start thinking Nigerian, or that's a Ethiopian, or that's Mozambique, they just see people who are from Africa, especially from south of Sudanese border, North Sudan's border. They just see us as African, and they're going to mistreat us in certain ways. So we need to be able to build our own strong foundations. Like in this situation that happened there should have been a cooperative effort by the African Union to send airships from, let's say, Ethiopian Airlines, Kenya Airlines, and taking our people immediately there from each border, spoken to the border officials and said, this is our people, we're bringing them back home. Simple. There shouldn't have been any issue where these people are being stuck there for days. This is the embarrassment that I think our governments have, and we honestly need to leave this behavior behind. We need to simply understand we're all one human race, of course, but at this point in time, we're competing for things, and I believe that we need to have a cooperative effort to honestly start thinking about our future and our children and their position in this world, because what I saw was just embarrassing for us. That should never have happened.
When people say they're closing out, we're never really closing out. So I'll throw mine in too.
This is African.
Yes, we are on African time. But it's true, what Polymath said about. But I had probably known about all, when we talk about, firstly, let me just say about our reaction to how things were, our incompetence and our ineffectual. Well, it was effective in the end. It was just slow. But this is things that happen, on the surface. It's usually not just something that comes off, just one time. It's usually things that were bubbling over, for a long time, and then something sparks it, and then we see, the true colors of the world. But when it comes to, these things that happen, firstly, with the treatment of our people, to be honest, we're being brutal today. I was trying to be nice with the 1%, but let me just go all in now. But we really don't care about each other. This is not the first time. We were looking at, in 2017, when there were actual, slaves being sold in Libya. How many African countries, came out in full force? We had, our people suffering in various different countries, in Arabia and so on. How many times did our countries, our governments, say something very strongly? So, and not even that, with the way, you'll ask so many people, both in the country and outside, they'll tell you just horror stories about embassy horror stories. Because when you go to an embassy, in most places, when you go to your American embassy, they treat you like, you're one of us, we need to protect you. When you go to any African embassy, they just treat you like you're a bothersome, something that, they have to take care of. This is your place, this is your people, but they just treat you like an interference, or, now you have to make us do our job, that sort of thing. So when you look at how, our people are stranded there, this is not the first time. This attitude of just sending out people and then hoping, for the best, it's not a very good attitude that we have with our people. When Gaddafi was sending students and so on outside, he sent them with a mandate and with instructions, not just go there and make money, but go there, make money, come back and build the country. You knew what you're going outside to do. You're not just, sent out randomly, to wander the desert. So that's one thing we have to say, that, our attitude towards each other has just been terrible. We don't care about each other individually as we should. And we have let a lot of people, just be terrible to us because we don't love each other. If somebody was going to attack, your family member, and they knew that if they did that, everybody else would just, be against them, they would think twice before they did anything. But if somebody was there and everybody just passed on and looked by, they'll be liable to do that again and again. So yeah, so let us care more about each other and so on. And then with the other side of it is this: we can look at the way those people behaved, and yes, it is, this treatment racism is deplorable, but where it starts from, sometimes it ends with hate, but where it starts from is like those people are saying, we care about our country. And for them, sometimes they don't respect us because we don't care about each other. When one of them is stuck in a foreign country, they will send people to come and retrieve them. When one of us gets into trouble, we just say, oh, well, that's unfortunate, and so on. So if we want people to respect us, we have to start by respecting ourselves first and saying, if our people are somewhere, and I'm glad that a lot of Africans did come out in support, especially, on the internet. So so we need to keep that rolling. Like, if one of us is in trouble, we need to do everything, to take care of them. And our embassies are the people who really should be doing that. They shouldn't just wait and hope for the best. They should be active and prepared. That's all.
Thank you very much, Tenzin. I think that's the spirit that we need to be building on going forward for crisis situations for all our people all over the world, that we need to gather resources. We need to be, I think Brother Rich always says that we need to be organized, the day we become organized as Africans, I mean, we can do anything, can achieve anything, and we can even help one another. So, and obviously, this is their countries. If we are getting bad treatment, maybe it's also another wake-up call for us to really focus on building capacity in our communities and in our countries, and as a people to be organized for crisis situation. And if we use the same energy for each and every African country, or each and every person who's either outside the continent or inside, this will really help us in terms of dealing with some of the issues, because this is not the first time, and this will not be the end. We are going to face more things in the future, and we need to be prepared to help one another. And beyond just voicing and say, I stand with this, or all the stuff, we need to, or even sharing videos, we need to get to a place where we can share resources. When something like this happens, we need some of the guys who are either in business, who have private jets, to say, yo, I'm willing to send a private jet to country X to go collect people from this country or that country, regardless of your own people in your own countries. I think we need to help one another. I mean, it shouldn't be the case that, oh no, there's a group of Sudanese there. As a Sudanese, I'm sending a flight. We should really be helping one another, or even countries saying, no, I'm only fetching my people. These things we can organize and say, okay, in Ukraine, there are so many African people. Let's all organize resources, get them in one plane, bring them back, or 2 planes, whatever that we can do. We can organize funds from each country. Even if your country is only 1 person, what matters is let's organize funds and let's bring our people together. And let's make sure that we assist one another. But I'm going to close now. I'm just going to close in prayer as usual. It's almost 5 hours. And it's going to be shalom, and we can maybe, let's pray that we have another show tonight. Thank you, Heavenly Father, for this night. Thank you for being with us. Thank you for our brothers and sisters who connected from all over the world. Thank you for their contribution. Thank you for their wisdom that they've shared with us and the viewers. We thank you, Father God. And we pray that wherever we are, Lord, that you protect us, that you be with us until we meet again. In Jesus' mighty name. We pray for each and every one of us, for their businesses, for their families, Lord. We pray that may it prosper, may it grow, and may we see success, Father God, in Jesus' mighty name. We pray for the unity of this continent, in Jesus' mighty name. Amen. Family, let's talk tomorrow. Let's all meet tomorrow. And I forgot to say, those who've joined us tonight, please subscribe. If you've not subscribed, please like the page, and your support really means a lot. And those who want to join the membership, please do so. Until we meet again, God bless you, God be with you, and help you in whatever you are doing. Good night.